ton of grip here. And yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
Moving up. I love the racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. I think Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set the race. Alita Chin really just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing.
Thank
Good weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star. That's true. She is a star, bona fide.
And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Chicagoland at Autobahn Country Club. A little bit of weather has impacted our day today, so we've had to shift and shuffle some things around and reshuffle the deck on the afternoon's activities. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Dana Basinski. Cars on course now for GRIDLIFE GT race number 1. Dana, the track is wet right now, and you were just pondering a moment ago which drivers had switched onto wet tires, which had stayed on their dry selection of tires. Again, 200 treadwear street tires here, but there are tires that are probably better suited for the wet weather conditions we have right now.
Yeah, I'm curious how many switched. I would assume most, if you have them, would have switched onto like something like a Michelin or a Continental, more like a 300 tread wear tire with more siping and better for wet weather. The Autobahn is notoriously very icy, slippery, and you can see the Corvette sliding around. Even on the pace lap, these guys are sliding the cars around, and these are partial throttle. It's going to be very interesting to watch these guys figure out the grip level immediately in lap number 1.
Yeah, on board with the Cameron Performance Engineering Ginetta G56, new to GLGT for this event, slipping and sliding here, testing the grip limits. Let's have a look here at our starting lineup, our grid for GridLife GT race number 1 here before we get underway as we head out on the racetrack. We'll have a look at our starting lineup. It's the biggest grid we've had here in GridLife GT so far, and it is going to start with Eric Magnussen in the number 330 alongside Chris DeLucia in the number 40. In row number 2, it's Hans Horpedal, the number 77 Corvette. David Calzada rolls off in 4th, and it's Adam Ulrich starting in 5th place alongside Colin King. It was just an electrical connector that had him out in the warm-up this morning. Anthony Piselli will start in 7th place in the number 78 Ginetta. Then Alex Moss and Jordan Wisely 9th and 10th here. The last couple of rows, we're going to have Eric Pilipchik in the number 247 and Alex Pites in the number 61. And bringing up the tail of the field here is Matt Cater in the number 109. So lots of spray out there. It's not actively raining, Dana, so how much is this track going to transition over 15 minutes?
I'm not sure. It will change noticeably in the 15 minutes we have. There are not a whole lot of cars out there that's going to dry the track. There is a nice breeze, but I have to wonder, there's one all-wheel drive car in the field starting at the very back. I think I want to be in that car for this race. Yeah,
that is the Subaru Matt Cater, very tail of the field. That will help. Looks like we're going to get another pace lap around here as well because of the tricky conditions. Will give every driver an opportunity to feel out the entirety of the lap. This is something that we do when the weather changes. We typically expect just one pace lap. So Eric Magnussen on the front row, you might be familiar with him from Eibach GLTC, but he's elected to try out GridLife GT trim, and he was telling us that as far as the weight percentage modifiers in GLTC trim, he needs to be at a plus 18% over his baseline weight in GLTC with all the aero and things he has on his car. Here in this series, he's at minus 5%, and he says he's having a lot more fun with this setup as far as the way the car is to drive, and I think that's sort of natural with an LS M3. That's probably a little bit of a heavy gun to have in Eibach GLTC, so I think he's really enjoying this matchup here. Chris DeLucia and him kind of battled it out for qualifying, and we looked at the Fire Labs data with him post-event or post-qualifying yesterday, and he was better in every sector, but interestingly, Chris DeLucia was better on the brakes, so that might play into turn 1 here when we get the green flag.
And all of that dry grip that we saw, the comparisons with the Fire Lab data, it doesn't matter at this point. It's going to be more who has driven here in the wet, who can adapt to the wet, who has picked the right tires, and who can just be the smarter driver in these conditions. It's not any more raw pace, it's finding pace.
So as we get set to go here in just a moment's time,
Cars right now going down the back straightaway into turn number 8. Still trying to figure out the grip level of the surface. This is their last opportunity on the pace lap to try to feel out the course. Definitely curious about which cars have a wet weather tire selected. You can see on board here with the Ginetta and the Corvette in front, just struggling to find grip, even on a 45-mile-an-hour pace lap. It's going to be very, very slippery.
So on the back straightaway here, getting set up to go racing for GridLife GT. It's about a 15-minute race. I think just making it to the end and not having any slip slides or offs will be critical. You know how slippery the grass can be here, Dana. You got to keep it on the black stuff.
Yes, the grass is never more grippy, especially in the wet. I've tried both. Doesn't work.
All right, here they come out of turn number 13, 14, and 15. Coming to the green flag this time through. Eric Magnussen out in front, Chris DeLucia alongside. Watch that all-wheel drive Subaru. Here we come. Green flag, we're underway. GridLife GT at Chicagoland, Autobahn Country Club. Into turn 1, Magnussen clears DeLucia. And then for looking fourth place there, David Calzada middle, 3 wide here as the 244 BMW goes around the outside.
Yeah, look at Galerius. You're taking the actual pit blend line, which is pretty much the rain line at this track. Very, very outside line for all of the grip possible.
Onto the backstretch towards turn 4. Look at Hans Horpedal in the Corvette. Goes around the outside of the DeLucia BMW, and it looks like he'll move into second place. Here's Anthony Pacelli offline there into turn 4. Look at DeLucia sideways there as we watch from the onboard in the Ginetta G56, again courtesy of Clark Camburn and Apex Broadcast, who have this car kitted out with a really cool onboard camera. This is going all the way to Laguna Seca and back with a server rack on board their production trailer that's all the way across the country. So really cool kit here to help out our show. And up the back straightaway now, look at second place. That's Gorelius in the 244 BMW now attacking Hans Horpedal for that second spot.
Yeah, Magnussen here has a huge advantage out front with no spray in front of him that he has to avoid, and he also gets to pick any line he wants. Meanwhile, if you go side by side with somebody, you're going to get stuck here.
Look at this rain line by Gorelius. He's going to take the lead away from Magnussen around the outside of turn 9. That was really impressive. He's very savvy around here in the wet, but again, right on the racing line there, Magnussen's going to throttle up on the backstretch and they'll drag race towards 11.
Magnussen has the advantage here inside line, offline on the brake zone into turn 11. He's going to have a way easier time braking.
Right on board the Ginetta here. It's going around the outside of Hans Horpedal. Really deep in the brakes for Pacelli as we watch the leaders up the road side by side. And Pacelli's off at the end of the back straightaway. Drives straight into the grass. There's no grip out there. He'll pull the car back towards the pavement, but lose 1 spot, maybe more than that. As there goes Pilipchik, Colin King, and it's just a slow trek back on course as they make their way around the first lap. That's how tricky the conditions are. But Gorelius, maybe some track knowledge playing into factor here.
6th to 1st over the first lap. I have to assume he's been here in the wet before. He's picking exactly the right lines to take.
Alex Moss there with the highest braking force on this opening lap, but notice that most drivers are a G or under, and that's just because there's just not that much grip out there, Dana, but I'm actually impressed that Moss is able to generate 1.2 given the wet conditions out there.
Yeah, that's just going to be a case of driving off of the normal racing line. I hope with BMW going off into the grass, struggling for traction, everybody.
Yeah, same story there on fire laps, Alex Moss. Actually, I have a feeling that Moss isn't actually out there, so that's actually pulling. Oh, no, he is out there, P9. But look at Gorelius, just 1 G is he's able to pull. We saw 1.6, 1.7 G in the practice and qualifying laps yesterday. So just great demonstration of how much grip goes away in conditions like this. But I venture to say that this driver here in this BMW M2 CS Racing and having some motorsport traction control and ABS, that also has to play into effect here.
Yeah, that's a good point about the motorsport traction control. It's a pretty big difference, but the biggest difference is going to be just knowledge of where to put the car. Traction control can only help you so much, but if you're putting the car in the best possible position, I mean, as you can see, he's driving completely offline, not worrying about getting close to any of the curbs. He's going to brake offline mid-track, especially into turn 11 here, as you saw from the onboard. From Pacelli, it's extremely slippery into the brakes.
Yeah, that's Valdes Gorelius again. This is his first time ever in GRIDLIFE wheel to wheel, and he's showing his stuff here as we ride back on board with Anthony Pacelli, who drove off track there in turn 11 last time around, but is still 6th place over DeLucia. So even with that mistake, a little bit of knowledge of driving in the wet. See him braking sort of center track there, trying to run down Eric Pilipchik, and it's not going to turn very well, but as soon as you get to the edge of the racetrack, that's where that grip level is going to come back, and you have to trust that you're going to catch it. Touch the paint there, that's a little slippery, and you see that grass all packed in the grill there from that little off-track excursion.
Yeah, hopefully that's not going to cause any issues. It's not very warm outside right now, so hopefully it should be okay.
Yeah, great camera angle off the rear wing there as well, as we head down the front straightaway. Watch the min and max speeds here. We're down about 15 miles an hour from where we were in qualifying. As far as top speeds are concerned, Eric Magnussen 112 is the fastest we saw that lap around. Gorelius 108.6, but look at the min speed, 34 miles an hour. Alex Moss is doing really nice, actually, unless that data's pulling from qualifying yesterday if that Firelink isn't fired up. And look at this, lap 3 just now, Colin King matching Magnussen. Gorelius consistently a little slower at the end of the straights.
Yeah, but all of the corner speed is where it adds up. It looks like about 7 seconds a lap faster on that last lap. Very smart line choice and just not taking any unnecessary risks at this point.
And there's the battle for second place, about 20 car lengths between them. There's Eric Magnussen. Eric Pilipchik in behind him. And I think coming into this event, looking at the entry list, you would have expected Magnussen to really be the driver to beat, given his experience, his wins in IBOT GLTC. But Gorlius really the dark horse here in that 244. Eric Pilipchik, again, I think local track knowledge helping them a lot. They do a lot of laps here around Autobahn Country Club. It's Eric Magnussen's first time here as well, Dana. So you don't have a lot of laps to really understand where that wet line is going to form. And there's some repaved sections of this racetrack as well that will change the grip corner to corner.
That's an excellent point. I'd like to see Magnussen's lap times over the course of the race. I'm sure he's figuring out every single lap. He's figuring out a little bit more.
On board again with Anthony Pacelli. Straight line. And actually catching the drivers up there in third and second, Eric Pilipchik. But again, watch that. He's avoiding that inside lane. You can actually see where the track is greasy on the inside lane. And that was a much better run through there. But look at the throttle percentage, under 30% as he tries to accelerate out. And lap times 2:01.572. What are we, 30-something seconds off what we saw in qualifying yesterday?
Yeah, I was not exaggerating when I said how icy this track is. It is very, very, very slippery in the wet. And offline is required just to stay on the racetrack. In fact, a little bit of bravery is you have to basically run the outside edge of the racetrack. You have very little margin for error.
Yeah, actually, Pacelli's found some time there. That was his best lap, and I think a lot of drivers are starting to build some confidence. Alex Moss is up to 5th place. So that's your fight for second all on screen. They're tiptoeing around here. And I can't really recall in memory the last time I watched a wet race here on broadcast here in GRIDLIFE. I don't think we've had one before. Look at this for second. Pilipchik in the E92. BMW will run up behind the E46 of the 330 of Magnussen. Again, this is Pilipchik's first wheel-to-wheel event with us here, and he's actually demonstrated quite a bit of aptitude around this south course here at Autobahn Country Club, where Magnussen's experience is just carried over from other tracks that are similar, like Carolina Motorsports Park earlier in the year.
Yeah, Pilipchik will want to make quick work of getting around Magnussen here. He takes the outside line. Look at all the grip on the outside.
Oh, well, they touched wings there.
They did touch wings.
They didn't touch bodywork, but clipped each other's wings. Pilipchik completes the pass for second. Magnussen a little off pace there, struggling to get grip. And you see Pilipchik just kind of riding the edge of the road, and that's right up against the white line is where that grip is going to be. And looking last time around, a little quicker for that 247. And by a little quicker, I mean 4 seconds quicker.
Yeah, and then Pacelli is now going to have his sights set on Magnussen as well.
Saw Pilipchik's car kind of walking away on him. All the while, Valdez Gorlias out front by a long ways. And have a look at speeds at turn 4. This is 20 miles an hour down, data from what we saw in qualifying yesterday. But how about a 10-mile-an-hour difference between Valdez Gorlias and Eric Magnussen, the pole sitter? That is the difference between a driver who's got track knowledge, who's got a car that's really well set up for the wet, and that difference is staggering. Really cool insights powered by Fire Laps, giving us a look inside the data in real time here. And as we watch Pilipchik 3.4 seconds slower and a 22-second advantage. I mean, it's like that Bosch ABS traction control doing work in that BMW, but also Valdez Gorlias really unleashing the knowledge here. The car at this point isn't going to matter quite as much as the driver's knowledge as we run on board with Anthony Pacelli, who's closing in on Magnussen there for third.
Yeah, they call it the great equalizer for a reason. The rain really brings out the best of the best drivers, at least in the low traction conditions.
It's a handful right now for Pacelli as well, just watching him kind of hustle that car around. The rear end wants to be in front of the front end at the moment. And there's your leader. New to wheel-to-wheel in GRIDLIFE, but clearly at home in the conditions right now as the track dries up after a lunchtime storm. It was dropping hail, pretty good sized hail around the facility for about 10 minutes. Again, riding the edge of the road, just don't touch the painted candy stripes. Those are very slick.
That might have looked like he went a little too far wide, but that's really just the line you have to take. All of the grip is on the unused pavement where it's not polished over. So you have to run it to the edge of the road where nobody else is driving when it's dry.
Yep, and that time, starting lap 6 now. That was his best lap of the race, a 150.653. You see him straddling the pit exit line as well. That's great car control. That white line will be slippery, so if you can put it between your tires, you're better off. And here's your min-max speeds of lap 5. And again, Gorlias now carrying a bit more speed off into the corners, 114.3 miles an hour. But look at the min speed still, 37 to 27.
Yes.
10 miles an hour up everywhere for Gorlias in the 244.
And it's showing when you look at the time delta, and Pite's just letting him by. He sees the faster car. He's probably going to want to even see where he's driving. He's caught him up so quickly.
Yeah, Magnussen in the 330 has Anthony Pacelli right behind him as well. That's the third place BMW and the fourth place Ginetta. That's a battle for position going on heading into turn 5. Alex Moss improves his best lap of the race. There's Pilipchik in second. Not closing in on Gorlias. But he's done a pretty nice job putting himself in this position. And coming into the back of this shot, you're going to see just under the camera there, that was Magnussen and Pacelli, P3 and P4. And here they come into shot. There's the 330 that we were just talking about. And right behind is that Ginetta. Battle for third here with only 3.5 minutes to go.
Pacelli's going to have to figure out a way around him too, and by now I'm sure Eric Magnussen has learned most of the wet line around here. He's been seeing some of the lines of cars in front of him, where they're driving away from and where they're not, and just by experimenting himself. So Pacelli's going to have to figure out a different way around, because he's going to be taking the right line, the same line Magnussen will be taking now.
Yeah, half a second better last time for the Ginetta in trail. And you see Magnussen sort of learning that outside groove is going to have a little grip, and you see him little lateral slide, but he pulled away, leaving turn 10. Pacelli seems to struggle to get out of the corner over there, but love riding on board here to watch him sort of hunt down the middle of the racetrack. It should be 2 laps to go this time here, so he's going to run out of opportunity, but look at the brakes. He closes in big time, deep on the brakes. He's going to take the racing line, but you see the car just push.
Yes, he'll have a harder time getting back on power here, and it's not been raining now for a good 45 minutes, so the track is drying, and the conditions are changing, which means at some point during this race, the dry line will not be a no-no anymore. It will be an actual viable strategy. You'll have to sort of blend towards the dry line closer and closer each lap.
Yeah, look at the braking force here. Eric Magnussen starting to push the limits a little bit more, 0.94 G. This is not quite half of, a little bit more than half of what we saw yesterday. But Colin King also up there on the list now in that number 21 Viking Performance Corvette. 2 minutes to go. Look at the min speeds now. Magnussen's pulled in a little bit on that delta, but we were, what, 70 miles an hour min speed? Gorlias is now at 74, so picking up a little confidence late in the going here.
Little confidence, little more knowledge of the track, where exactly the grip is and where the grip is moving towards as the race continues.
I mean, 31 seconds up. Oh, Calzada's off there in the 274. He's down a lap to the race leader right now, and this is going to open the door for Magnussen. You see Pacelli fighting the car here. Tons of counter steer in pursuit of this gold BMW.
You can see on that onboard just how nervous the car is in certain sections of the track. The steering wheel is never, ever straight.
No, he's, again, watch that puddle on the inside there, going up the inside. I see a white flag waving. It will be the last lap around Autobahn Country Club for GRIDLIFE GT Race 1. And there's the battle for third place. Dana going to come down to the last lap.
Trying to figure out a way around him, but it's hard to get around the guy when the guy is taking the only section of the track that has any grip.
And they've still got a lap and a quarter to go. Look at Pacelli braking sort of on the racing line here, but he's been going tight through here the last couple of times. Now he's going to follow Magnussen onto the wet line. And how he puts down power here is critical. Magnussen a little bit wider and pulls away just a touch. This is a great fight. Watching drivers that are so grip limited.
I'm very curious to know the strategy here, how he's going to try to get around him.
Opportunity. Pacelli up the inside at turn 1. Does Magnussen give way? He's going to keep him tight to the inside. There's a lap car of Alex Pites. They're door to door for third place and nowhere to go with the lap car. They're going to split them 3 wide on the outside of $1 million corner. Pacelli's going to carve under and try to throttle down in that naturally aspirated V6. He'll have to try it somewhere else.
That was incredible. That's not what you expected to see coming here. And now Pacelli's trying to figure out how is he going to get around him. Half a lap to go. He has a little bit more pace, but where do you use it?
Yeah, again, it's just tough. Again, he's back on that more traditional racing line and losing a little grip here. Magnussen, he's learned quick. His first time ever here at Autobahn Country Club.
Pacelli keeps trying the dry line, and sometimes he can get away with it, but sometimes it's not quite working so much.
All the while, up front, Gorelias is going to be making his way through the last couple of corners. And look at Pacelli on the outside, going to get squeezed there, but he's got the outside around Magnuson. He's going to take third place away. Checkered flag waving. Valdez Gorelias wins GridLife GT Race 1. Pilipchik's going to pick up second, but look at that brave move to the outside. Pacelli takes the spot from Magnuson, and he's only got a couple of corners left to hang on to P3 in his first ever race in GridLife GT. Chris DeLucia going a lap down. This has not gone his way in this one. Magnuson trying to drive up to the inside of the 78, down into the braking zone here for turn 11. Is there any time left for that 330 to come back?
Crawling through turn 11, still very, very slippery. He's just got to make it through 2 more corners, and he's got this third place result.
And he's got it, I think. I don't know, unless he makes a mistake here. Magnuson doesn't have enough to get back to it. Stout defense, but he's not going to do it well enough. Pilipchik, second place. Anthony Pacelli steals third place, picks the pocket of Magnuson at the very end there. That was great driving. Magnuson fourth, and Alex Moss should come home in fifth place here. See DeLucia coming across the stripe. That was a disappointing 10th for him. But Valdez Gorelias by 42 seconds. Masterclass in the rain.
Incredible. Great drive. You can see the experience every single lap. 41 seconds a lap on a, what, 8-lap race, 7-lap race. That's an incredible finish.
And here's a look at it again as he comes across the stripe. And he was the only one for a while. And this was post-victory. Going down into turn 1. Great work there by Valdez Gorelias. Colin King finishes up. He almost lapped. How many cars he left? Up to DeLucia in 10th. And this field was really close in practices and qualifyings that we saw earlier. Let's have a look here at our race results for this event. And Valdez Gorelias by 42 seconds over Eric Pilipchik. Have to give Pilipchik a lot of credit as well in the 247 car. But Anthony Pacelli, what a great job on the outside there, Dana. It got tight, but he did a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to wonder if this is the largest gap from first to second we've seen yet in GLGT.
Yeah, and then Alex Moss, P5, Hans Horpedal, Colin King. And Alex Pites couldn't hit the disappear button there in the middle of that battle for third place. Calzada and Adam Ulrich, I don't think, took the green flag in this one, but that was fun to watch. Have a look at some highlights here from GridLife GT race number 1. And GridLife GT race 1 here at Autobahn Country Club, just on the tail of a lunchtime storm into turn 1. Valdez Gorelias from the get-go, from the tail of the field, drove around the outside at turn 1, ripped up, stole second place from Hans Horpedal in the opening moments, then took the lead from Magnuson, who was just kind of figuring out how to walk like a newborn deer around Autobahn Country Club in the wet. And he just lit the afterburners and set sail. And then behind, this was the battle for third place. This got really dicey between Anthony Pacelli and Eric Magnuson, and Alex Pites nowhere to go, split it 3 wide. And Pacelli had to wait till later in the lap to get the job done. And checkered flag to Valdez Gorelias. GridLife GT Race 1, a masterclass of racing in the wet. And welcome back to Autobahn Country Club and GridLife Chicagoland. Kyle Heyer still joined by Dana Basinski here as we get set to go out on track for GridLife Track Battle Q5 as cars are on the pit lane getting set to go. Dana, we just saw a really entertaining GridLife GT race with the track drying out, but I don't think it's dry enough yet to go fast in time attack. So what's the plan here for this next heat?
How the splitter gets picked up there. I wonder who's that from. But anyway, the plan would be get some wet laps under your belt. Because this is a podium sprint format, if you qualify into the top 5 of your class, you have to run in the podium sprint where you get 3 laps, and the best of those 3 laps is your finishing order for the weekend. So you better be prepared to drive in whatever conditions that podium sprint throws at you.
Yeah, certainly, and I think that's a great point to bring up. In the past here at Autobahn Country Club, we've run the traditional, oh, by the way, on the top of the screen there, that's Chicagoland Speedway, if you weren't familiar. It's a great look at the surrounding area here, but NASCAR will be headed back there next year after running it on the street course downtown. But yeah, we're out in Joliet, Illinois, just a couple miles away from Chicagoland Speedway. It's been an interesting day with the weather. It's sunny and 70 now. You wouldn't believe it based on what we saw an hour ago with a brief torrential downpour and hail and all sorts of chaos. It's still humid out there. It's still breezy. But to your point, tomorrow in this podium sprint format, doesn't matter what the weather's doing, you're going to be expected to go on track as long as there's no lightning. So you need to know what the track's going to feel like if it rains.
Yeah, and I mean, as of this morning, there was a little bit of rain expected around 9 a.m. and after that, it was a 0% chance all day. That did not play out. So tomorrow being a 0% chance, it could be the same thing. It could be raining for the podium sprint. So you better be ready to drive the track, learn the wet line of the track, figure out how the car's going to react, and be prepared to win that podium sprint.
So on this warm-up lap, with the sun out now, how long do you think it'll take before that sun will sort of dry up what's out there? 20 minutes, half an hour?
I wonder. I think that it will still be damp for Time Attack Group A, but it depends on a lot of factors. The sun is out, and there's quite a bit of breeze also, which helps dry the track. And then there's going to be, 45, 50 minutes of traffic driving over it. So the dry line, if they're using that, might be dry for Group A, maybe B. We'll have to find out. Look at lap times.
I think one thing that will not come back to them quickly, though, is the off-track grip. I know you're not typically driving in the grass or much on the rumble strips around here, but you can see even at the exit there of the red and white striped curbing, the puddles of water that have collected, and it is going to be very slippery on anything not black asphalt right now. So even though the track might be coming to you, you can't get greedy. And, I always say grass is lava in situations like this, because if you drop a tire in it, you're going to go for a slide, and then it almost feels like you pick up speed when you go off track in the grass.
Yeah, it's not fun. It does not do anything you need it to do. Here we see lots of slipping and sliding in one of the most treacherous parts of the track when it's wet, turn 11. Very icy. We just saw GLGT figure it all out. Now all of these drivers have to figure it all out at the same time right now as we watch.
Yeah, you're going to be really tentative here because I think the drivers are sort of assessing that they're not going to necessarily go for track records here. But again, track knowledge, learning what this course is going to do. I feel safe in saying that most of the Time Attack competitors here have probably never driven here, even when the track was damp, because without the podium sprint format, there would be absolutely no incentive to be on the track right now, because there is nothing else other than your fast time that contributes towards that weekend victory. The podium sprint could be in the wet, so you should go out there and practice, but there had previously been absolutely no reason why you would put yourself at risk.
Yeah, with how that format was previously, where you could run your best lap in one session and not drive the rest of the weekend, when it would rain, almost nobody would go out. At least the people who were the ultra-competitive type. I used to do Time Attack here, and that's how they would do it. If it was raining, they would almost combine all of the Time Attack groups, and you'd have 130 cars or so that could be on track. Not at the same time, but they just let anybody first come, first serve and open the session for a whole hour. The track would never be full. You could have technically been on track for an hour just getting experience. Nobody wanted to go out in the rain. Now, you're seeing a lot of cars out there in the rain. Even some dry spots, actually, looking at the middle of the track in turn 6, it's starting to dry up a little bit in certain areas.
I think it's just amazing how quickly the transition can happen from wet to dry and dry to wet, and how spicy things can get in the wheel-to-wheel stuff. So glad we got away with a couple in both IBOC GLTC and GRIDLIFE GT with some pretty intense racing, a big slip, spin, and slide in the opening race of GRIDLIFE Touring Cup action as Kevin Wendt in his Honda CRX feels something going amiss, and he's going to pull out behind a corner station, and we should avoid any sort of yellow flag. Doing exactly what he should be doing, and he might. Did he spin, or is he just waiting for a release? So that might be the case.
He spun, and he's waiting for the corner marshal to give him the go-ahead. Watch him give him 5 cars.
This is fun to watch. I mean, this is exactly what Kevin should be doing.
There you go.
And there's the point. So that's a great example. You know, you always wonder, how do you crash? Well, that's exactly how you do it. You try not to hit anything, then you wait for the corner worker to give you the go-ahead to continue.
Yep, good job by Kevin there, getting out of the way and making sure he blends back on track safely with no traffic coming, letting the corner worker give him the instruction.
So the first car to take a lap time here in track battle Q5, Dave Laps in the Cobalt SS. There's Neru Chetty in the street class number 46. Jack Coughlin just jumped to the top of the board in a Club SC class car, interestingly enough, but that's probably not all that unique, because getting power down right now would be tricky enough, so only having 90s probably not a disadvantage at all.
Yeah, not having a ton of power is not the worst thing right now. Still very slippery. You couldn't use 1,000 horsepower if you had it out here right now. It wouldn't stick. So 90 horsepower, that does the job.
And Neru's going to move out of the way there. There's Dave Laps in that Chevrolet Cobalt SS. I was talking to Alex Moss yesterday about this car as it rolled through tech. It seems like the stock battery location for this car is in the trunk for the Cobalt SS. Is trying to add some more weight towards the rear of the car, given that it's a front drive sort of sports coupe. Chevy did all sorts, and GM in general did all sorts of interesting things in the early 2000s, and this was one of the cool things. Sort of in the similar vein as like the SRT Neons, you know, just.
Yes, I think this car was built to compete with that specifically.
And Dave Laps bringing. I feel like these are rare. I don't know the production numbers on them, but I don't see them very often.
I'm not sure. I know that there's a supercharged and a turbocharged version. I gotta wonder which one this is.
See, yeah, we're a long ways off from running the fastest laps of the weekend for these drivers, and we wouldn't really expect them to run the fastest laps of the weekend anyway, because the temperature is as high as it's been, but it's cooler today than it was yesterday by about 15 degrees. But the moisture and precipitation did not help.
Temperature today has been actually very good so far, and now the sun is coming out from behind the clouds, which has pretty much been overcast most of the day. And now it's going to have to dry the track up, which will actually help, but it's going to become very warm and humid.
So that was an 8-second gain for Dave Laps from the last time around. So definitely feeling out the racetrack. It's starting to look drier out there too.
It is definitely looking drier in some spots. It's giving me hope that there will be dry track for the later time attack sessions for some of the faster cars.
That was sort of the situation earlier today too, wasn't it? It was sort of damp this morning. Not necessarily wet.
Yeah, and actually that proved to be, I heard both this morning in the first time attack session of today. It was some of the Sunday Cup guys said it's not there, and some of the guys in like Club TR, they set records. So it depends on the car, maybe.
So in that shot is a handful of your Club SC cars. There's Sam Dooling in the silver Honda Fit, and then Nick Berg in the Honda Civic right behind him. Now those two drivers had their times disallowed yesterday for compliance issues. Dana, do you know what exactly the compliance issues were for those cars? I didn't get a chance to check in on that.
I think it was just power to weight.
Okay. So standard power to weight, just overpower or underweight, probably by very little. But with this time, they did put some times on the board, and I think all of them are currently qualified into the podium sprint as it stands. Dooling sits third, Berg fourth. Best laps in the mid to high 143 range. So they'll be in the show tomorrow, provided no one else improves or picks up. We're a good 15 seconds off of that right now.
Yeah, I don't expect many pickups today. Or in this session, I should say, but they're still going to try to figure it out just in case it's wet for the podium sprint, and just to have a good time. Nick and
Sam.
Nick and Sam, they're both quite good buddies, so they're going to be having a good time chasing each other around no matter what.
Yeah, and I think they're both drivers that will, not necessarily be so concerned about the lap times right now, but just getting the seat time is probably as important. But
Sam's one of the guys that goes out every single session,
yes.
No matter what. He might know there's a zero chance this is going to be fast, and he's still going to go every single lap.
I just went to the top of Club SC that time through. Nick Berg followed him through to second. Now, he also drove this car all the way across the country last year to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and brought a different set of wheels and tires with him. I think he swapped his coilovers too, didn't he?
I wouldn't be surprised. He does convert it from street mode to track mode when he gets to the racetrack.
Yeah, 32-hour drive or something like that. I would think it would be worth it to switch on over for an hour or two worth of work in the garage before you leave. But yeah, he's definitely lives the grid life. And you know, we talk about Club SC as a category, Dana, and people start showing up on trailers with these things. It's like, no, this is not the point of the category. You know, the point of the category is exactly what Sam is doing, where you drive it everywhere. You commit to having this as your not necessarily as your daily, but I'm of the opinion that that Honda Fits on trailers probably doesn't belong. What's your thought?
I'm of the opinion that if you're competing in order to at least have the opportunity to win. And if that is to make your car so undrivable on the street that it's faster at the racetrack, that's what I'm going to do.
You're a racer's racer, Dana. I love it. Malima Sampa in the Club TR Nissan 350Z. Right now up in third place in this session. Once again, we run these by group, and we go from Group D to Group A. So these lap times, while he's third right now, he'll get shuffled down the order as we move our way through this fifth heat.
Sampa in a 350Z Club TR car. That's a car that was not allowed in Club TR prior up until last year where it became legal, and it's been a good fit. It has not shaken up any of the results yet, but some people believe that that is the answer, and I know there's a couple builds happening that they're going to try to put that car up near the front.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the pointy end of Club TR, those cars are going really, really fast. And, you know, the class is centered around, you know, engine swap cars that are 2.5 liters NA or under, or 1.6 liter turbo or under. And you're usually talking about 3 or 4 cylinder engines. Very rarely are you talking about V6s. There are a couple exceptions in the rules, but there's also a Volkswagen R32 that competes with us on occasion. But this is one of those exception cars. I don't know that it's an overdog necessarily when you look at, you know, the minimum weight rule. I think will be a slight advantage towards those older Hondas with the engine swaps, perhaps, or even, you know, you look at BRZs and 86s and things, and they're not going to be quite as light as that, but probably a little lighter than the Z, I would imagine.
Yeah, the min weight rule for most of the cars that are running in the front of Club TR, it's 2550 for that specific displacement. However, the 350Z, as it is allowed by chassis and engine, it's a higher min weight. It's 2750, but the same size tire you have to run on.
So checkered flag here for Group D. No pickups, no surprises here, but great comment in chat from Joseph. I'm of the opinion if you're trailering a Fit, you should be trailering at least 2 of them. They're that cheap compared to a trailer and truck. I think that's a fair point.
Fair enough. I'd like to see it.
If you're going to put them on a trailer, you might as well put 2.
Yep.
I do not disagree with that. So Group D out of the way. We're going to move into Group C, then B, then A, and then the rest of the afternoon, just to kind of give you a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see. We've got Drift coming up next. Then it'll be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, Race 2, then IBOC GLTC Race 2. Then the Track Battle Championship Heat 6 be the end of the day for them after that one. Then GRIDLIFE GT Race 2 will wrap up our broadcast here for today. And then tomorrow, more races and the Track Battle Podium Sprint, a little bit more drift on top of that as well. So full 3 days of action here at Autobahn Country Club. Well, we've got a moment. We should also probably talk about our next event all the way across the country. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, September 26th to 28th. If you're out in California and within a couple hours of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, you should absolutely come out. Go to gridlifelaguna.com. Tickets are available now. And my understanding, there's still some driving spots available. If you've got a car that will fit into GRIDLIFE GT or IBOC GLTC, then there are still spots available for you to purchase. Come race with us at our West Coast trip. And then we've got our season finale, October 17th and 19th at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. That will also be live streamed, so make sure you subscribe to the GRIDLIFE YouTube channel if you have not already, and join us for the tail end of the season. 2 more broadcasts after this one, Dana, to finish out the year.
Absolutely. Laguna Seca looks like such a legendary track. It is so cool GRIDLIFE is going to it to put on a good show.
So back into the pit lane for Mark's Honda Civic.
For reference, Sam Dooling, a 152.2 in that session, is about 8 seconds slower, 7 seconds slower than what we had seen earlier today. So then we can use that metric and keep checking as the cars get faster and faster. We can compare to their best times earlier. The track will get closer and closer to being a fast track. I don't know that it will become faster. Sometimes after it rains and it dries, the track's actually really good because it cools the surface down, I think. But I'm not sure that it'll be cool enough to go faster than it was already this morning when it was cool and dry already.
So before we get cars on track, they're starting to roll now. Here, let's have a look here at our class overview for street class. We're going to kind of see the meat of the potatoes here. Street legal vehicles, OEM aero though, so you're not going to be bolting on huge wings and things, although you can use aerodynamics from other cars of a different trim. And the class record set this year, Andy Holst with a 129.117, and you're going to be on 200 tread street tires here. Maximum tire width of 255 for the all-wheel drive cars and 285 for the front and rear drive cars. And again, you're looking at mostly bolt-ons, and for those with turbochargers, you're going to have a flow-restricted turbocharger if you're in the aftermarket. And example cars here, you see a lot of all-wheel drive power, and you know, some front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive examples from Imprezas, Evos, things like Civic Type R's, Elantra N's, and then of course Porsche Caymans are kind of popular. We've seen a couple of those in street class this year. And those cars, of course, with the blue banners, you see that Subaru bottom of the screen there. That is one of our street class competitors. Of course, as always, on the left-hand side, once we get the other ticker back up, you'll note that everything's color-coded. Street class is blue, Street GT is yellow, Club TR is gray, and Street Mod and Track Mod are teal and orange, respectively. When we get to Unlimited, you're going to see red banners as well. Red means fast, Dana, and red is the color of Randy Ramchand's S2000, but it's so fast it's peeling the bumper off the right rear corner.
Looks very fast right now with the body panels flying off the car, attempting to.
Well, that's not ideal. I wonder if he'll come address that or ignore it and stay on the road. Yeah, he's going to pit in. Might as well fix that.
Yeah.
Don't know that it's going to hurt him all that much, but probably don't want to break it off.
No.
What's an S2000 bumper cost these days, Dana?
Too much.
There's that is the 600 car in the street class here. That is Isaac Ambrose behind the wheel of this thing. I love the look of this car. I've always been a fan of these hatchback WRX STIs. There's Isaac. Oh, big slide through $1 million corner there, gathered it up, but he looks, pretty amped up right now.
Yeah, honestly, the traction levels look really good. Just judging off of Ambrose's few corner section there, it looked like it really stuck, and he had a big slide through turn 3, but gathered it up.
Yeah, navigating all the way around turns 6 and 7 now. Some right-hand kinks, and off to 8, 9, and 10. Triple apex, sort of all right-hand combination. And just out there to set his first lap time of the session. And for Isaac Ambrose, the time that he would be shooting for is a 1:35.338. I don't think we're going to touch that here, Dana, but if we can get under 1:40, that would be an improvement over the last session as far as times.
No, if we were roughly 7 seconds off on the last session, I'd be impressed to see somebody go within 4 seconds or so. So if we see a 38 or so.
Down on the brakes into turn 11, jumping the curbs there. Use that all-wheel drive system, yump them rumbles.
Some people love to jump the rumble strip at turn 11 there. There's either avoid it at all cost strategy, or it's pummel it all 4 wheels airborne over the curb.
Yeah, not a lot of in middle ground there. Either you do or you don't. That's a 36 flat. That's a pretty solid lap time. Only 7/10 off of his best time of the weekend. So that tells me this track's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
If Ambrose was at the limit before.
Absolutely. Just judging off of his last lap, when it looked like it was quite gripped up, I was impressed. So yeah, seeing at 36, maybe the track's in better shape quicker than I expected. It does look like it's drying up for the most part.
Yeah, again, once it's dry, I think that grip level is going to come back again. The sun's cooking it now. The track temperature will probably be climbing up a little bit, but again, compared to this morning, I think we'll be in pretty good shape by Group A. Certainly by Group B, I think we'll be looking that way. Then Group A, the very end, we probably will have almost track record capable lap times. I'm not sure it'll come all the way back, especially if you deviate from the dry line at all. Jeremy Hensley at a 43. What had Hensley done before? That's a Hensley did a 37. So I wonder if also if Isaac Ambrose had just a lot on the table too. That could have also factored in. Tim Lutz in the Street Mod Chevrolet Corvette. He had a big moment in the previous session of the day, kind of dropping some tires at the exit of turn 1. It kind of drives narrow over there, Dana, so if you get a little offline, it's easy to drop the tires over the curbing, and he did collect it and carried on, but just using a little bit more racetrack than he bargained for.
Absolutely, that is one of those areas where you do have to go all the way to the edge of the racetrack to extract all of the possible speed. And if you overshoot it, just by a foot, you'll be dropping tires.
Absolutely. So 20 minutes into this session here, Isaac Ambrose leading street class. As we head into track battle Group C here, we're moving our way through the categories. We're going to get faster and faster. Ivan Afronichik off course there in the 370Z. Went over for a little bit of a slide, and as we talked about, the grass is going to be very slippery from that rain from lunch.
I'm not sure what that was. I think he was off a little bit too far to the left side as he went to get the brakes, and it just kind of sucked him into the grass.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a slip up there for Afronichik, but he'll have to come back to pit lane and report that off so he can continue gaining lap times. This is the Corvette I talked about earlier, Tim Lutz, who's exploring the edge of the racetrack with his tires a little earlier today. And right out to the edge of the road, leaving turn 3 in the C5 Corvette. Danny, we've heard a lot of conversation about Corvettes as of late. 42 unique Corvette chassis in GRIDLIFE competition this year. That's double anything else. Why is this car so popular?
It's popular because it was made to do this. It's just made to be a bargain sports car, and with LS powered V8 engine under the hood, it can make plenty of power. You can see it in GLTC, GT, Street GT, Street, not Street. You could see it in a variety of classes, and it could be dominant in all of them if you build it right.
Yeah, I think they're just sort of like Legos, right? They're relatively simple to build, and again, there's so much aftermarket available for them now. And as they drop below that $20,000 mark, if you're looking up in the range a little bit, not for the Z chassis at all, you're looking for the base models if you want to start cheap. But there's so much available to build these cars into something really fast. And Tim Lutz, right now, quickest of the street mod cars that have been on track.
I missed out on these cars when they were in the $5,000 to $7,000 range for the base model C5s. You can get one into one pretty reasonably, and they've actually appreciated again recently. And it's harder to get into one for the same price you used to be able to. People find the performance bargain and still today.
Tim Lutz motors on by and actually picks up a little time, a 1:37.406. As he navigates turn 1 once again. Again, we're still a ways off. Street Mods track record, though, still hunting there. Dewey DeWitt in the all-wheel drive subcategory broke the record a little earlier this weekend at a 1:26.674. But the rear-wheel drive still looking to fall 1:25.816. We're a good 10 seconds off that right now. Here's a look at Ruben Manrique in the Porsche Cayman, and again, talking about chassis that are getting a little bit less expensive over time. Dana, there's probably worse places to start than Porsche.
This is exactly the car I would pick if I wanted to build a winning street class car. A Cayman, 718 Cayman with the 2.5 turbo engine. They can make roughly 400 horsepower with bolt-ons and tune, all class legal. There used to be a hack where you could, a loophole in the rules where you could run the Porsche Cayman GT4 aero pieces on them, the OEM aero pieces, and it was a bit of a loophole. And I believe that's been disallowed now, but I still believe that the car could be competitive even without it, and the main competition would be like Mitsubishi Evo or Subaru STI, which has been dominant, I think, for the last 5+ years of GRIDLIFE street class.
Yeah, all-wheel drive and turbocharging has been the way to go as far as the points championship is concerned. It's been Josh Hulka's year. He's not even here this weekend to defend his lead, although we have to keep our eyes on the number 466 Hyundai Elantra N of Will Dries. Again, he's not quite up as high as he needs to be to really earn good points here this weekend, but he is in contention for the series podium this year if he gets another solid round. And going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, their home track, in a couple of weeks, that will be good for them to claw their way up into that points picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Home track advantage will be big, and especially if you're looking for those winning points, looking to win one of the events and grab all possible points, set the record, and take the win home. That's going to be their event to take home.
So watching Ruben Manrique make his way around the far side of the course here at Autobahn Country Club. And have a look at Club TR, their top of the screen, track records, Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni, by the way. That front-wheel drive record has not yet been updated, top of the screen, but both subcategories have been reset this weekend. Noah Jank in the Toyota MR2 Spider up to a 138.145 in this session. And here's Matthew Morehouse in this Subaru. I love that car. And here's Jank in this 262. This is the MR2 that we actually saw in an incident at Lime Rock Park. spun out of turn 7 and made for a little bit of a headache on the broadcast side. Chopped fiber cable in half and had to reshuffle the deck a little bit that weekend, but good to see him back out on the racetrack now with a repaired door. You'll see on the left-hand side of the car, Dana, that he's put some bandage stickers on the side, which is always a fun way to deal with some damage post-event.
Yes, the car looks very good from this angle, and in about 5 seconds you will see the other side, and it's not as pretty anymore, but he's got it going and still turning laps.
Yeah, so here is the stickers. Yeah, definitely a little bit rough around the edges there with the Band-Aids on the door after the contact at Lime Rock Park, but always enjoy a little bit of humor. And there's Jeremy Hensley in the Subaru behind him, the black car. And we've been watching him. He's got one of those Fire Links that we've been talking about on the GridLife GT side that gives us live data. Always fun to watch him on the test days, explore the limits of the all-wheel drive Subaru. But turns 11 and 12 here, throttling back up, and then through the woods, you come back through here. If you want to take the full course, you just go straight there, Dana. There's a big jump that leads you back onto the north side of the course, but here we take a right, and we carry back around to the front stretch.
Yeah, the full course here is actually incredibly long. It's about a 2.5-minute course for cars of roughly this pace, and it adds a whole another minute that combines in the south and in the north track. It's very fun, but they rarely run that combination. GridLife did run it one time, I believe 2018 or so, but they have not done it since. It's been south ever since.
Yeah, here's a look. These two cars, again, just for reference, completely different classes, but it's actually the MR2 that's quicker than the Subaru right now. Hensley third in street class, Jenk first right now in Club TR. Running very similar lap times. That's about as different as you can go, about a 138 around here in damp conditions, in very completely different ways.
That is very different cars. I couldn't actually imagine a way they would be more different other than the cylinder count, but every other thing is completely opposite.
You probably fit 3 of those MR2s in the back of the Subaru as well.
Maybe.
So not really a lot of shifting and shuffling in the running order as it stands here. And they're going to make their way around turns 8 and 9. And Jenk in that MR2 Spider. Jeremy Hensley, a little bit of body roll in that Subaru. Dana, tell me a little bit, when you set your car up, how much compliance do you want? I mean, they're always talking about how stiff a race car can be and when you want stiff versus when you want that compliance. How did you set your car up and why? Did you leave a little bit of body roll in it, or do you like to have that composure and deal with any sketchiness on bumps?
I'm not a suspension guru. However, body roll isn't, from my understanding, body roll isn't really the negative that many people think it is. They think if they see a video or a clip of their car going through the corner and it's leaned over more than, just any tiny little bit, that they need to make the car stiff, or they need to stiffen the springs and sway bars and all that. But really, that's not always the answer. Some body roll is necessary to transfer weight, and then also compliance over curbing. Tracks like this, where you have to run over the curbing, you want the suspension to be able to absorb, and you want some bump and compression. And there's really heavy medium for each car, and everybody probably has their own preference. My car is quite soft compared to many other Subaru BRZs.
And with the checker flag here on Group C for GridLife Track Battle, we're going to take a short break, about 2 minutes. We'll be right back with GridLife Track Battle Group B and A before we go racing again later this afternoon. Hang with us. We'll be right back.
Track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
And welcome back to Autobahn Country Club and GRIDLIFE Chicagoland here on Autobahn Country Club's South Course. Kyle Heyer once again joined by Alex Moss for the continuation of GRIDLIFE Track Battle Q5. Now this is Group B on track now. The track is drying out. Alex, what did you see out there? It was pretty sketchy in the GRIDLIFE GT race.
It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun driving in that race. Yeah, very slick, very slidey, but everybody's got to deal with the same track, so it was a good time.
It was very slippery in the GRIDLIFE GT race, although since then it has absolutely been sunny and gorgeous. I think the humidity is still pretty high, but the weather is mostly cleared for the afternoon. So the track, as it comes back to these drivers in the Track Battle Championship, should get quicker. So 7 unique car classes on course, like we've talked about all weekend long, represented by the different colors you see on the numbers, on the timing and scoring. We've already had all of our Club TR competitors out, but we're about to see the pointy end of Street Class, Club TR, and a handful of others on this racetrack here, going for records and setting themselves up for the final competition tomorrow afternoon, that Track Battle Podium Sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Still looks pretty slick out there. So that I think that Subaru getting very sideways on the outlet there, having some fun testing the grip levels. Still a little bit slick offline, it looks like, although it should be getting better with every lap.
So top of the screen, Falcon Club TR, one of our quickest categories at tracks like this. Peter Granberg, a 1:31.413, a time he set yesterday, is the fastest car so far this week. And Mario Moroni also reset the front-wheel drive record. We haven't yet seen that updated. On screen now, the 787. This is Adam Roman in Street GT, a class designed for 6- and 8-cylinder cars. And again, stock aero on these things. There's an MSRP limit. I think it's $125,000 off the top of my head here, Alex. So that's your limit to what you can purchase. And any aero bits you put on have to be from the same model, different. It could be from different trims, but that trim has to be under 125 grand for those parts to be available and legal to you. So you generally see cars look pretty stock, other than maybe some tire changes.
Yeah, and it's just a good way of allowing stock-ish cars with the common sort of bolt-ons and a place to race and compete. Try and limit the torturing of the rules from saying, well, I can get this off this one special edition that came and was limited to 5 runs, and it was, you know, $1 million car. Can't buy those parts. You've got to use the ones that are within the spirit of the rules, as we like to say.
Stan Feingold on course right now in that Toyota 86. He's number 326. Kind of a fun story behind this car. So it has a Honda K-Series engine under the hood. Now, last year at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, he had some electrical issues he was trying to hunt down. And, you know, in the paddock, there's only so many GT86s that haven't, you know, had their engines replaced of some sort. So he was looking for the electronic throttle body off of an F820 engine, which is the engine they come with. And my car was sitting in the parking lot. I said, Stan, if you want to take your wrench over there and take the throttle body out of my car, go for it. And he did, and ran a couple laps with it, but didn't end up being the issue. But that car ran with parts of my car in it for a little while before he reverted back. And the interesting thing is, you know, I always love letting drivers dig away at my car, Alex, because he found that there was some rodent damage that I needed to fix before I lost my air conditioning. I ignored his advice and then proceeded to lose my air conditioning. So always let the mechanics wrench around in your car. And, you know, Stan has had a pretty good weekend so far in Club TR. 1:32.441 is the fastest he's gone so far. And he's sitting third right now behind Granberg and Moroni.
Yeah, good time. I mean, Stan's always up there in Club TR. He's always up and around the front of the pack, so no slouch for sure. And yeah, I'm sure you were his hero that weekend, letting him take parts of your car. It's always fun to see that happen. We see that a lot of, you know, time attack events, endurance events, things like that, the rental car becomes a parts car for the race car as the race goes on.
Well, I mean, that's the advantage of having a car that is, within the realm of, you've got stock parts. You're not necessarily all motorsport or aftermarket parts. If you can get something off the shelf at an Advanced Auto Parts or something, Alex, that is an advantage to you. If you break something, you don't have to go hunting for some special edition thing that you can only get on the internet.
Yep.
And in Stan's case, while it is a K-Series Honda engine under the hood, the throttle body system is still compatible with the standard Toyota 86 stuff. So that's handy. Big curb jump there at turn 11, though.
Yeah, and we had that same thing on one lap actually with the S2000 that we run. We had a diff seal leaking and smoking after the first event, which luckily enough we have the diff from a Ford Explorer in there. So there's only every parts store in the world carries seals for those. So we just ran down to the parts store, bought like 3 of them and replaced them, and we were good.
133 that time through. That was only about a second off of the time that he's done this weekend. So the track's coming back to us here, Alex, and there's that 787 of Roman.
Yep.
And in the Street GT M2. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about the Toyota GR Supra and how successful that car has been in time attack competition. But what about this M2? Sure is a lot as far as the power plant with that Supra. And boy, there is a lot to love about that inline 6.
Yeah, there is. Very strong engine. I think I don't know exactly the difference between the M2 and the Supra. I think the M2 is the S series, so BMW's more motorsporty focused. I don't want to call it a motorsports engine, but the M division engine. But he's still sliding that car around.
Looks like he's going to give way there to Aaron Rekadal. That's actually great heads-up driving there to see Aaron approaching. And actually, Rekadal in that 38. That's that Honda Civic right ahead. I want to note his lap time there, a 1:32.685. That is just 4/10 off his best of the weekend. So I think the track's back to us here, Alex. You just got to extract everything out of it to go a little quicker this late in the day with the sun bearing down on it.
Yep, I think so. I think online certainly looks dry. Looks like there's definitely a dry racing line. Damp patches offline, which is always a challenge. But if you stay online, you should be good. And so, yeah, I think, the rain probably will help keep the track temps down a lot lower than we'd expect at this time in the afternoon. All that water evaporating will cool the track. So these conditions were probably better in this session than we expect once the track surface is dry.
John Laughlin in the 571, just saw the green wipe on the screen. That's a pickup for him. And Laughlin, earlier this weekend, he's been really knocked on the door of Aaron Rekadal's times. A 1:32.562 is the fastest he's gone. So a 33.6 or 33.3 rather is only 8/10 off. So still within shooting distance of the best laps we've seen this weekend in that class. In the street class, the blue stickers on the side of the car, blue on the timing and scoring. And street mod in the teal, track mod in the orange, unlimited in the red. Jeremy Lauder, we haven't really seen or heard from him a lot this weekend. I didn't even know he was here. But Jeremy Lauder in that 125, that's actually a car that we've seen run the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb before, and is a competitor that runs with us all the time in the Grid Life Track Battle Unlimited Championship in that Chevrolet Corvette, or sorry, Camaro rather, sorry.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I haven't noticed him to this point this weekend, but always fun to see what other types of competition that the competitors get into when they're not running around here with us.
He did sneak it. There he is, exactly. Yep. This is the car that we were just talking about. He did sneak out there previous session, a 1:31.343. He's improved on that. But yeah, this car just a couple months ago was out in Colorado, climbing to the top of the Pikes Peak Mountain. And I was out there calling that one too. So, yeah. It's actually interesting. There's a handful of us that were out there. Clark Camburn, who was racing with you in Grid Life GT, was actually the broadcast organization that did that event. Sure. So kind of collecting us all back together here in Chicagoland.
Yeah, and that's such a big, aggressive, muscly looking car, isn't it?
It made the Miata look like a shoebox next to it.
Yes, it did.
That thing is tiny in comparison. But that car, again, has a fuel cell in it. It's a true motorsport car now because he had to tear it all apart, put in the Pikes Peak compliant roll cage, which is significantly stronger and beefier than anything else required in North American racing competition, as well as a fuel cell for Pikes Peak. The safety regulations there are incredibly strict because there is no grass runoff or Armco there. If you go off the racetrack, you fall down a 600-foot cliff. So they make those things pretty beefy to withstand any possible accident. He actually did flip this car over there last year in practice. And he's since fixed the A-pillar, but he had a pretty big gouge and it looked like he got shot by the boogeyman or something. So it's been fun to watch him take this thing to battle here at Grid Life. That diffuser in the rear too, generating that low pressure underneath the car to suck the thing down to the ground. I'm surprised we don't see more Camaros, Alex. They seem like a pretty good performance value, but I guess if you've got 40, 50 grand to spend, maybe you just buy a Corvette instead.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what the reason is. I mean, the 1LZ or the ZL1, whatever the SS model is certainly a very popular track car. Oh, looks like we've got Subaru off. Possible mechanical door was open for some reason.
Yeah, that was a little odd. I wonder if...
Like it was at turn 13, maybe.
I'm not exactly sure what that was all about, but yeah, it was at the exit of the final corner. So he's gathered it up now. And we'll continue on as we watch Jeremy Lauder continue to circulate just under 1 minute and 31 seconds allowed. Adam Spence also is out there in that 166. That's a GR Supra. Here's your top car in Falcon Club TR this weekend. Peter Granberg in that Subaru BRZ. He looks like he's gripped up right now.
Yes, he does.
Shooting for lap time, he's got to beat his own record of a 131.413. So we'll see if he can get a little closer to that.
And he is pushing it, sliding that car around through turn 5 there.
So last time around at a 32.8, that's only a second and a half off. So I think the possibility is there.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see him out with the Group B cars here.
I wonder if he self-selected that.
Maybe.
He got held up a little bit in Group A, I think, last time out. So maybe looking for a little track time with cars that are sort of running more similar strategies rather than those crazy fast supercars that are running on slicks. So that's possible, but he's dropped a little bit of time. He's actually behind Stan Feingold, and Feingold with a 32.3. I think that's the quickest he's gone this week, and it is by a 10th. So Stan Feingold's picked up a little time.
Yeah, and he's certainly pushing it right now. Peter is, he's on it, and he's going for it at the moment.
Let's watch him turn in here to turn 13. There's a little dirt on the inside apex there. And up onto the front straight, looking for a 31.4 or better to go faster than the previous track record, and that time through, no pickup by the looks of it.
No.
Let's see if he's still on it. And here's a look at the delta between himself and Stan Feingold. 0.5 seconds. That was a big tank slapper leaving turn 3 there. I don't know that it was either it was intentional and he's off the pace, or it wasn't intentional and he's off the pace.
Yeah, I think he was on it, and that will not have helped him at all.
No, certainly not. Ooh, really big slide, drops a tire in the dirt. I'd be really worried about that with how wet the grass is out there, Alex. You hit that grass, you'll go for a slide.
Yep. Yeah, certainly a lot of potential for that.
So I'm not sure he's going to pick up a lot of time this time around, but maybe.
And it does look like there's something under that car again at the front. It looks lower than it was last time.
Heard some chirping tires in the background with the mics picking up a little bit of action. Peter right behind Stan Feingold there in that FRS 86. I think that's one of the refresh cars based on the bumper. So that would be a Toyota 86. That car's had about 18 different names over the life of its existence since 2013.
It started as a Scion, right?
It started
first one.
Well, so it's, globally it was the GT86 and then or the BRZ. Here in North America it was the Scion FRS, and then in 2016 Scion folded, and then it became the Toyota 86. Well, it was still the GT86 globally, and then finally they've gotten everybody on board with BRZ and GR86. So we're all on the same page now, but it took a little while to get there. And Granberg no pickup that time, and that is checkered flag as well. There's Ian Flavin in the 199. This is an interesting car because this is the first gen car. I think this one's an FRS, and he's got the newer engine out of the GR86, the 2.4 liter engine under the hood, very similar to how Jeremy Bailey is set up.
Sure.
Bailey, I don't believe, is here this weekend. So with checkered out, we've got one more group to go, and we're going to move into our faster categories, Track Mod, Street Mod, Unlimited, and the very pointy end of Street GT, which will include Nicholas Hendricks and Ryan Matthews, both in Chevrolet Corvettes. We talked about those a little earlier, how they've been gaining popularity. But Flavin's still on it here. I don't know. I don't think he's taken the checker just yet, so trying to dig a little bit more there. Looks like he's bailed out as well. So fist out the window, so he'll be coming back to pit road. Interesting also, notice the cooling vents on the hood of that car. You know, given that I've got one of these things and I've been interested in how to extract temperature out of the hood. There's a whole bunch of different ways to do it in these cars, but really there's not a low pressure zone to pull from on that hood, so you have to have vents that have a little bit of a flare in front just to sort of extract any temperature you can out of the hood of these things. They are pressure cookers underneath there. They're hot engines. So if you can cool them off.
Yeah, just put a lip on the front of those vents, try and create some low pressure to suck the air out from behind the radiator and promote some airflow through the radiator.
So checkered flag cars will head back to pit lane. And one more group in this track battle championship heat before we turn things over back on the racetrack for drift, which will be from 2 o'clock for about 15 minutes. And then it'll be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2, followed by IBOC GLTC Race 2. We were treated to, I think, Alex, one of the best races we've seen all season between Andy Smedegaard and Eric Cattell in that race. It was an unbelievable battle, lots of side-by-side fair. I mean, I walked over to Eric, and he won the race, so he was obviously pretty stoked about it. But you know, he was just excited to be able to race someone like Andy on such close, tight footing without running into each other or having to worry about getting run into. So that was a treat to watch.
Yeah, it's always fun when you can trust the guys you're around, or the guys you're around, the guys and girls you're around. It's so much more fun to be able to race with them than to worry about what's going to happen and can you trust them to hold a line and what have you. So when you can do that, you can have a ton of fun. You can race a lot harder, leave a lot less margin, but knowing that the margin's going to be respected. So it's always a good time.
Jamie Santos in the BMW 1M Series clone. Sort of, it's not actually a 1M, but has the all the parts and pieces to make it look like that. And Jamie's been pretty spicy as of late with his attempts to take on the street mod group. And he had a really solid lap yesterday, one that looked very tidy. He's been struggling with the handling of that car the last couple events. But he's waiting in pit lane, Alex. That's been his strategy, to wait for the track to clear while all these other drivers run out there and clock things up. He'll wait until they're done and then go out at the end of the session to try to break not only track records, but his personal best. There's Jeremy Boysen, the Porsche GT3 RS. First time we've actually seen him compete with this car. He's run with us in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series and an IBOC GLTC and all sorts of things over the years, whether it be a Honda Civic TC car or a Porsche Cayman or even the Acura RSX. That was an ex-Pirelli World Challenge car back in the day, if you remember that thing.
All white. All of them were white, except one. I think he had one. Didn't he have a Civic, an early Civic he took to Pikes Peak that was...
Oh, maybe.
Actually had a livery on it, but everything else has been white, I think.
Well, the RSX was black and white.
Yes, that's the one I'm thinking of, the RSX, yeah.
Here's Jonathan Rode in the 51. This is a street mod car punching above its weight this weekend, the MX-5 that could. And this thing is rocking down the front straightaway. He's, I think, second quick in street mod still this weekend. And I think the track is there, close enough to run track record again. So a 1:27.447. I think he's got still 2 seconds to make up if he wants the track record here in this drivetrain category. But this car, an NB generation MX-5, you know, body is left, but I don't know how much underneath that is still MX-5 Miata.
Yeah, it looks certainly looks very low, very wide. Tires are poking just a little bit there. Looks like a fun, rowdy little car. My kind of street mod car, I'd say.
I think having, you know, they always tell you that simplify and add lightness is the way to go fast. And these cars, what are they, 2,200, 2,300 pounds from factory? And so I'm sure he's added some weight with some of the aero components and things like that rear wing, but probably taking a lot of weight out of it too. So I'll bet you it's still around 2,200 pounds with all that stuff included. That's a very light chassis to throw 300, 400 horsepower at.
Yep. Yeah, it looks very rowdy. Looks like a lot of fun. Oh, just a little deep there into 11. That probably wouldn't have helped him a whole lot, but just misjudged the braking just a touch, I think, there.
Yeah, leaving turn 13, 14, and then this left-hand kink turn 15. Jackie Ding, a 128. Well, the time just got chucked out, so I don't know if that was an off or something, but John, oh, there it goes, 128, 176. For Ding in the BMW M2, John Rode does a 129.88, or 866 rather. So still has a couple ways to go. There's that M2 that we were talking about, Jackie Ding in the 687. You have a local driver from the Schaumburg area, and again with his PhD racing shop. They do a lot of aero development, big lateral slide through there. I think he's just having fun now. I'm not sure that he thinks he can go faster. Yeah, but again, he set a 120. What did he set the other day? 124.357. Yep. He's had trouble getting back to that this weekend, though.
He has, yeah. I struggled in that first session, and I think, you know, after we had the broadcast earlier and talked through track battle, I went out and talked to Dana, actually, who said that he'd heard from a couple of drivers that the track didn't feel that great this morning. It just didn't feel as hooked up as we may have thought it was. I thought it should have been.
Oh, off at turn 11.
So that's 2 in a row, 2 cars in a row we've been watching that have just misjudged that braking zone a little bit.
Yeah, easy to do. It's a heavy braking zone, and this car probably doing about 145 miles an hour, judging by the data I saw from Dewey's car on the fire lap system last night. About 145 for his car. Similar story, I think, for Jackie. And he'll bail out and let Jonathan Rode go by. 127.706. That's a pickup for Rode in the number 51 MX-5. Here's Chris Smith in the 1 Series Track Mod BMW, and Chris Smith right now with the 11th quickest car in the weekend. A 128.654 is his best time. And I always love the Seems Legit Garage guys. They build some really nice looking cars. And we'll see if he can pick up. He needs about 5 seconds better this lap to improve on his best of the weekend. Across the stripe there for Chris Smith, a 129.689, so about a second slower than his best. This car is really well put together. I remember he kept ripping rear bumpers off this thing a couple of years ago, just how much airflow was under the back of that car. Yep. He's since tidied it up a little bit, added the diffuser, but I think he's knocked off now, not going fast this lap around, so we'll pick somebody else up here for the next lap. So again, a lap or 2 at a time, Alex, and we'll cool things down, maybe try to go again.
Typically, I mean, depends on the car, right? Some cars can just go lap after lap with no problem, and that's typically those factory cars. So that GT3 RS can probably just hot lap this session and go for a fastest lap on every single lap, or close to it on every single lap. Other cars, some of the more crazy builds, like mine for instance, could do 1, maybe 2 hot laps here, and then we'll have to do 2 or 3 cool down laps before trying again. But even with that, the tires will just be too hot to do well later in the session.
There's Jeremy Boysen again in that GT3 RS Porsche. And if you want performance, then Porsche is a pretty good place to go at 129.493 for Boysen. Still about 2 seconds off his best for the weekend. And this performance comes at a cost, Alex. But again, I don't know that you'd be hard-pressed to find a better performance car in general. I mean, there was a lot of conversation recently around times around the Nürburgring, and everyone's all excited about the ZR1X and the Ford Mustang GTD and the lap times they can do and the 1,000 horsepower. But here, you know, the Porsche can do 10 seconds better than that with half the horsepower. And I think a lot of that comes down to chassis balance and refining, you know, the classic Porsche design year after year after year.
Yeah, and the performance comes at a cost, but it comes at a cost no matter what you do, whichever path you take. If you want to take write one big check and get it all in one go, then go buy one of those. If you want to probably spend the same money and do it a little bit at a time, then you can home build your car and try and get there that way. Neither way is right or wrong, just different approaches to solving the same problem, really.
It's Ryan Matthews in Street GT. This has been a bit of a slugfest this weekend, hasn't it, between himself and the 364 of Nicholas Hendricks. Both these cars are C6 generation Corvettes. Hendricks is in a dark gray one. Ryan Matthews is the red car you see on screen. Now Matthews in Street GT, as far as the championship is concerned, is worth talking about because as we have 3 events left to go, he's trailing Luke McGrew. Luke has almost scored perfect points this year, 102 of 104 possible points. Matthews is at 89. Matthews won at Carolina Motorsports Park, and then it was second, third, fourth in the last couple of events, and then ran second at Lime Rock. He'll pit in this time through. A win or 2 to end the season would be a great way to go out. I don't know that he's realistically going to beat Luke, but he is trying to defend from Nick Hendricks, who's beating him this weekend in the gray Corvette, and Nick Hendricks has 85 points, so if Hendricks outperforms Matthews, second place will swap.
Yeah. And just thinking about that, you know, we were talking about how good the Corvettes are. So we've got Corvettes in Street GT that are competitive with Luke and Ryan Matthews, obviously. We've got Street Mod Corvettes. Again, Ryan Matthews competes in C5 in Street Mod. track mode, we've seen Corvettes do very well with Ferris and what have you, and also on limited class, that Corvettes are doing very well there also with a number of different unlimited Corvettes. So Corvette being the answer to a lot of questions when it comes to what should I buy for this class.
There's Dallas Reed out there in the C8 Corvette. I believe this is the E-Ray Corvette, from my understanding. He's got a couple of them. He's got an orange one and a black one. I can't remember which one's the E-Ray, but again, that's a car with...
This one, I think, is a Z06.
Is this? Okay, that makes sense. But he's got one with the electric motor assist in the front axle and the classic V8 under the rear glass. Also on track is the 82. Right behind him is that 1M clone we were talking about, Jamie Santos. And I'd love to watch that 82 car again because he has been fun to watch, Alex.
Yes.
Let's say that. The last couple of events bounced off the fence at Road America in pursuit of a lap time there, and then almost pickpocketed second place at Lime Rock Park before driving 4 tires off and tossing that one away. And here at Autobahn Country Club, he's been pretty rapid this weekend. Here he comes into the shot after Dallas. Top of the screen there.
Yeah, so I think Jamie is on his out lap, and so at the end of this lap, he'll be starting that hot lap, and we'll want to watch that if we can.
There he is. So Jamie Santos throttling up. You see the vortex that's come off the rear wing there? That was cool. Looking like an F-18 pulling G's.
Right on cue for us. He gives us a big show.
Yeah, and he has been doing that this year. And as far as the street mod battle this weekend, again, he's carrying the teal stickers for the street modified class. And he is the 3rd quickest car on the weekend. A 128.565 is his best lap time. And charges into the corner, and he's been struggling with balance. This is a relatively short wheelbase car, so it'll skedaddle on you. I love the vortexes on that. That's so cool. How humid it is out there, Alex.
Yeah, very cool. Like the old F1 cars. You don't see that too much in F1 anymore, but it's fun seeing them off our little cars here.
And to watch the tail of this car, if he can keep it planted. He's been really fast this weekend. Little lateral slide there, but nicely composed. And you see that blue tape on the windshield. That's a strategy that he's employed in the sim racing world as well, to give him a better understanding of reference points and where they pass his vision. And so he's one of the only drivers I've ever seen do this, and I can't speak to its efficacy. I've never tried it, but it seems to be helping him.
No, I haven't seen that either. I remember back in the very early days, we're going like 20 years back, when I got into autocross, they used to, some of the instructors would tell you to put a horizontal piece of tape to keep your eyes up and just don't look below that piece of tape to make sure that you're looking ahead like you should be out. But I've never seen the vertical piece of tape on the windshield.
It has seemed to help him, though. His performance here this weekend has been pretty stellar. Hear the engine pick up the revs there as the diff locks, and he throttles up down the backstretch. Probably north of 140 miles an hour. Not a lot of straight line speed here at Autobahn Country Club. Not a super long backstretch, but just nibbles the curb there on the right and then the left. And his time again, a 128.565 is what he's shooting for. This has been a really tidy lap, and sometimes tidy is fast, and sometimes big slide there, kicking the smoke up from the rear tires. Santos across the stripe, and that time through, it is a 129.113, so about half a second off from his best, but he might still push and go again.
Gave us just a little bit of that Jamie flair right at the end there.
Yeah. And it looks like he's off power there, Alex. So gave us one good one, but just not, track's just not quite there for it. There's Andres Pertulis in trail. That's that Lexus RCF. You see the windshield buffeting. It's got Lexan glass. So it's sort of plexiglass material that's much lighter weight. This is not a lightweight car. Lexuses in general are big, heavy V8 machines. And when you're setting it up for track duty, you're going to try to pull weight from anywhere you can, and be surprised how much glass weighs in a car. So he's elected to replace that, which you can do in the unlimited category, which the only real regulation is that you have to have a VIN and safety equipment that's co-requisite with the performance of the car. Beyond that, have fun.
Yep. Yeah, and especially a car that's designed to be nice and quiet, comfortable cruiser, probably has big, thick, soundproof glass on it from the factory.
Yeah, 127.623 this session. That's only 0.2 off his best of the weekend. He sits currently 4th in unlimited class, right behind the driver he's chasing in the title fight, Ernestus Pazelis, in the C6 Chevrolet Corvette. And I mentioned earlier that Andreas has gotten his money's worth of track time this year. Go back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in March, or was that May? It was May. And we had rain all weekend, and there was only like 3 cars doing laps, and Andreas was out there every single lap putting on a show for the fans there. Across the stripe, And that time, no pickup. Stays at the 127.623. I'll bet we get a checker next time by. So this might be his last lap. Just watch him tuck back in here on the left. And from what I understand, again, these cars not super light, but they do have pretty good driving dynamics from factory. Maybe a little on the pushy side, but they have pretty stout motors. I think a 5-liter V8 under the hood, something like that.
It sounds right.
4.6 maybe, that might be.
They did have a 5-liter V8 that was in the ISF.
You'd think I would know this as a Toyota guy, right?
So it wouldn't surprise me if that engine found its way into this kind of car, or some derivative of that engine was in this car.
I don't know what year it is. I'm going to guess 2018. And that was a 5-liter. Hey, I was right the first time. I got to trust my gut there, Alex. And navigating here, checkered flag is out for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Will be coming to the checkers. We're watching.
Oh, big slide,
big
and
slide.
he's off.
And he's in the grass. Actually gathered it up pretty nicely.
Yep.
We'll go over some results, and we'll give you a drift here for a little while before we go racing a little bit later this afternoon.
So I think Jamie just crossed the line before the checker came out. I think before the checker came out. So he might be on one last flyer here to try and get this done. Certainly the lap before was a cool-down lap when he let Bertulis by.
And Bertulis looks like he should probably head straight to pit lane. He will do just that. They give you a checker before you get to the pit entry, so you know that you have the opportunity to go straight to pit lane. I hear Jamie's car.
Yep.
And there he
There he is.
And he'll pick up the checker. No pickup, though.
Okay.
129, 113. So with that, we'll have a look at our results here for Track Battle Q5. There's a look at your Club SC results here. There will be basically no pickups in this session from earlier in the weekend, but Dooling, Bird, Coughlin, and Collins, the only 4 from the Club SC class that went out there. Stan Feingold tops the charts there. He did pick up some time in his number 326. Mario Moroni did go on track, but didn't go faster than earlier today. In street class, at the very pointy end of the field, it was Aaron Reckadal and John Laughlin, as it's been all weekend long. Jan Wildner in the 240 SX, also up in the conversation. So is Isaac Ambrose in the number 600 Subaru. And Street GT, Ryan Matthews and Adam Roman, the only 2 cars to go on track, interestingly enough, in this session. Then Street Mod, John Rode, Jamie Santos, Brian Van Ordsdal in the Toyota GR Supra. Selenius and Tyson wrap up your top 5 there. And Track Mod, Chris Smith, the quickest of anybody that time around, a 128.008 to Jackie Ding's 128.176. And then in Unlimited, Andres Bertulis, Jeremy Lauder, and Dallas Reed, the only 3 to go out. We didn't see the very pointy end stuff with the track conditions still drying. Let's have a look at some highlights here from Track Battle Q5 before we step away to break for a couple minutes and show you GRIDLIFE Drift here in just a couple minutes time. There's only a handful of cars, but it started out with the Falcon Club SC field and all of Group D going out there. You see the puddles on the racetrack. It was slick out there, Alex, as drivers looking like newborn deer, kind of stumbling around the course there on the opening laps after the rain.
Yeah, it was slick. I know we were out just before them, and it looked a lot drier actually even there than it was when we were out there.
Tim Lutz in the Corvette. There's Ruben Manrique in the Porsche Cayman that we saw a little bit earlier, making revolutions up to Group B, where the meat of our Falcon Club TR class was. And we actually saw a couple drivers find some pace there. There's Aaron Reckadal, your street class leader, Jeremy Lauder in the Unlimited class 125. He got up on the board and might be a competitor in Track Battle Podium Sprint tomorrow. With that, the last session of the day was Group A. We saw some of the fast cars out there, John Rode in particular, pacing himself, and he'll be really well set up for Podium Sprint tomorrow in that street mod class. Andres Bertulis, the last of the runners. GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 5 here from Autobahn Country Club is complete. Next up on track, GRIDLIFE Drift, and it'll be GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2 after that.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker. Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure. Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
GRIDLIFE Chicagoland at Autobahn Country Club returns again in 2025 as round 7 of 9 in the 2025 championship season. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski up here in the booth for our second race of the day for GRIDLIFE Rush Series. This is not a championship round here, Dana, but there is a trophy on the line for the weekend title, and so far that driver right there, Bryce Mersberger, is at the top of the pylon.
Yeah, Mersberger taking the win in the first race with Batley following about 1 second behind in second. So that'll be interesting to see how they go about the second race.
There's a look at all the infrastructure around Autobahn Country Club in Joliet, Illinois. It's kind of right in the middle of a major shipping hub for all of North America and the Midwest. And sort of nestled here, just a couple miles away from Chicagoland Speedway, which we saw off in the distance earlier as well. But this track, a country club sort of model here. Dana, there's that speedway that we talked about. NASCAR will be returning to next year. Those big grandstands off the distance have been out of commission for a couple of years, while NASCAR gave it 3 good years on the road course in downtown Chicago. But just a couple miles away, this 2.1 mile 15-turn course. We're on the south course here at Autobahn Country Club, and this is a great racetrack for racing. We saw that earlier today with Jalen Batley and Bryce Mersberger battling for the win in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series in these small sports racers, 1,000cc GSX motorcycle engines, lightweight, a little bit of aero. Dana, they've been a lot of fun to watch battle.
Yeah, absolutely. This track race is fantastic, and the Rush has been putting on a fantastic show so far. We'll be interested to see this race number 2, Mersberger versus Batley, battle again, see if Ayler can keep it up front in the podium again.
Yeah, certainly. I think the other thing we'll keep an eye on is the points here for the weekend. We're just going to verify in the background before showing them to you that Bryce Mersberger should be out in front based on his win a little bit earlier in the weekend. Let's have a look at those points as we will get set for the race here in just a couple minutes' time. And this is how things stand as they run. Bryce Mersberger, 27 points over Jalen Batley. And again, this is going to change throughout the race here, Dana. Especially if Jalen Batley gets ahead of Bryce Mersberger, that could change the picture of who can come out on top here with the trophy.
It would. First place is a 4-point advantage for each win over second place, 25 versus 21 points. So that would move advantage to Batley if he can get the win in race number 2.
So it looks like we're about ready to hit the racetrack here. There's the splitter on course. There's Juliet hopping back in the Mazda MX-5 safety car, looking for a couple pieces of debris around the course. The drift cars have just gone out on track. I also heard that we had a GoPro go for a tumble that was attached to the Ginetta in the GLTT race. Maybe a little contact with the 330's wing and plates that sent that GoPro flying. I really hope we get that footage back, Dana, but that's part of it. You ever lost a GoPro on the race car before?
I don't think I have. Normally they stay inside the car, but it's been tempting. I know a lot of people who have lost them. Here, there's probably GoPros in these tires right here.
There's a couple folks out there on the grid getting ready to send these cars around for one pace lap. The track is dry now, Dana, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. I would stay off of the deep curbs and probably off the grass best I could, but I think the pavement is going to offer us plenty of grip here. And the weather today has been all over the place. We started today with relatively damp conditions, but then the rain in the middle of the day. You see it disappearing off to the southeast now, but 78 sunny, and it's humid, but no precipitation now. So we've had a little bit of everything to keep drivers on their toes here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we thought it would be dry for the whole rest of the day this morning, and then we got a whole nother cluster that formed and gave us some rain. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes here.
And there were some pretty nasty cells in that as well. Some lightning that put us in a bit of a delay, but some quick work by the GRIDLIFE timing and scoring and race team. They've kept us on schedule in a slightly different order so that we can still finish on time here today. Engines are fired on pit lane, and once we get them rolling past the splitter, we'll go through our grid, but we'll give them a second to get fired up. Predictions here for race 2, Dana. We saw the 88 of Jalen Batley try everything to get by Bryce Mersberger early on, but that big Hail Mary down at turn 11 didn't really work the way that he hoped. What did he learn? What did you learn watching him?
We learned that Mersberger and Batley can clear the rest of the field by a fair margin. They're both were able to run low 29s that first race. Batley's very aggressive on the brakes. And Ayler has some great pace as well, but he kind of lost the leaders there early in the race. And if Mersberger and Batley can battle it out at the beginning of the race here, Ayler can probably hang on and just be able to work off of that.
So the Mazda MX-5 acting as the safety car is going to collect the field here and go by our splitter. Is that our lovely Renee Hines out there that is splitting the field? That is Renee. Hi, Renee. And the field's going to get turned loose, and the leader has lane choice here. And they would have already selected which lane they want. Mersberger selected driver's right. Jalen Batley goes left. And this is a great perspective here, watching the field get split for the start. And you know, a unique thing about GRIDLIFE, the way that we start races, Dana, is that if the leader selects a particular lane, that becomes the lane for all the odd-numbered vehicles. You don't do the NASCAR thing where only the lead row gets lane choice and everyone else goes back to the conventional, left into a left-hand corner. Everybody splits that direction, so it kind of changes the order of things depending on what they pick. But let's go through the starting grid here for GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2. And you'll note on the front row, it's Bryce Mersberger, race 1 winner. Jalen Batley starts alongside him in second. Jason Ayler and Nick Billingsley in third and fourth in that second row. And then it's Max Kraus in the 314 in fifth place. Didn't see a lot out of him for race 1, but Ayrton Grimm rolls off sixth. Kelsey Billingsley and Jared Anderson share row number 4 in seventh and eighth place. Then it's Peter Dale in the 127. Bill Dorrance in 10th place in that number 20. And John Howe in the 17 rolls off 11th with Mark Charganorski in the 12th spot. And Matthew Novak had a mechanical issue early on in race 1. He will start 13th place in this race. Bravery, daring, a little bit of everything for Jalen Batley last time around, but he's had a couple hours to debrief, look at some data, figure out how he can launch the attack on Bryce Mersberger, and maybe even things out in the weekend championship here, Dana. So 15 minutes on the board. Should be good.
I'm excited to see if we'll watch Max Kraus work his way up further through the field. He started back further than we thought he would in qualifying, judging off the warm-up times. He actually had the third fastest lap in the first race, so he's definitely got the pace. You just have to figure out how to apply it during the race, how to get around everybody.
Field is doubling up now behind the safety car. And in just a moment, we're going to turn them loose for 15 minutes around Autobahn Country Club. If you're here at the racetrack, you're about to see the start of GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2 of 4 of the weekend. If you're interested in purchasing one of these cars or taking a look at them online, go to the Rush Auto Works website. This is the Rush SR. They have a new product called the Rush SRX they hope to bring out to market again next year. starting around $45,000, an all-inclusive racing package that is robust and easy to drive. Paddle shifted pneumatic transmission, all the cool go fast parts on these cars as we get ready to go racing here once again at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. Green flag, and we're underway at Autobahn Country Club. And Max Kraus got split 3 wide there. We're still 3 wide. John Howe up the middle. Peter Dale on the inside. Going to be a tight squeeze down there on the rumble strips. They still could be a little wet. But out of turn 2 and 3 now, it is Mersberger leading Batley, leading Ayler and Billingsley onto the backstretch. Oh, that's John Howe off in the grass there just a little. That's going to put a bunch of grass on course. So next time through, those will be the race leaders that will have to contend with that. And Mersberger establishing a fairly good, decent lead here early on, about 5-6 car lengths. Jason Ayler lost touch with Batley and Mersberger in race 1. He's got an opportunity to keep tight here, but so far he's not really been able to keep his car up to the rear bumper of that 88.
He's not firing off quite as fast as Mersberger and Batley. They're actually kind of a 2-car breakaway almost here, with Batley trailing just a little bit further than I'm sure he expects that he'd like to be.
Oh, big lockup from Ayler in the 74 into turn 9. Leaving 10 now, Nick Billingsley and Ayrton Grimm right on the tailpipes. And for Ayrton Grimm, he's pulling double duty. The schedule has been really tough for him this weekend with the Autobahn GLTC race right after this. He's got to get out of that car on pit lane to get right into his NCMX5. But look at Batley again on the brakes, better than Mersberger, closes the gap now 2 car lengths as they head back to the trees and back into view of the spectators there at turn 13.
He is now within striking distance. A little slide through Mersberger through 13. If Batley has anything he can do about it, he's going to take a look on the inside, possibly into turn 1, see if he can get a pass made.
Looks up the inside, see if he can get Mersberger to outbrake himself. He does not. Nice defense there from Mersberger. Best defense is a good offense. And they're going to track each other through turn 3. Here's that grass that was dumped on course by John Howe. You see them dodging through it. Batley just nibbles the edge of it there.
Batley 4-wheel slide really through that turn 3.
Have to give a heads up to Mersberger as the race leader to see that grass and dodge it in time without really giving up any speed. That was pretty savvy driving. On the backside of the course, and I think we watched that battle for third a little bit between Ayler, Billingsley, and Grimm. These front 2 probably going to be more of the same, with Batley on offense and trying to figure out where he can poke a hole in the armor. And there's that third place fight. 3 drivers: Ayler, Billingsley, and Ayrton Grimm. That's the orange and purple car in trail.
Grimm has a lot of laps here now this weekend, just between running 2 different race series in one weekend.
And he's got a couple of them in the crosshairs now. Max Kraus in that red car behind him as well. So a 4-horse race for third place. Batley much more conservative down into turn 11 this time, but Ayler watching the mirrors because he's got a train of cars starting to form, including Matthew Novak, who was running well last race but had to bail out a couple laps in for an issue. And here he is back up into 7th place after a couple laps of racing.
Up into turn 1, more of the same. Batley not quite able to close the gap enough to make a move on Mersberger, but battle for third still continues. Billingsley is right on Ayler going into turn 3.
Look at that for Billingsley, half a second better than Jason Ayler. That's a pretty significant margin. And at the back of that train, 5 cars deep, Matthew Novak just ran the fastest lap of anybody here in the field. Look at this train for third place here, Dana. This is going to start to get spicy here, with Ayler maybe being the cork in the bottle.
Big bounce. Oh, who is that?
Kraus.
Kraus digging up some dirt. He had a huge bounce through the turn number 6 complex.
There's a big bump over there, and for the drivers that have been sort of anticipating that, hasn't been much of a big deal. But if you catch it wrong, you're sideways, the car lands wrong, can send you for a bit of a slide. Billingsley feeling heat now from Ayrton Grimm and Matthew Novak, who seems to be the quickest of the cars in this group at the moment in that green and yellow car. And on a recovery charge to earn points after that slip up or issue he had in race number 1.
He is within striking distance on Grimm. Takes a look inside early, planning his move. Already gets past him before the brake zone even.
Yeah, Grimm just a little bit quicker than Nick Billingsley last time around. As far as weekend points, we talked about how there's going to be a shift and shuffle here. You're looking for the weekend trophy. And Mersberger came in with 27 points. He's going to stack more on that as they come across the stripe. Jason Ayler picks up Billingsley. Novak up to 5th place. That's going to change the math. And here comes Billingsley. Or actually, that's the Novak around the outside of Billingsley. Takes that spot away, and he's flying in that number 256.
Novak is picking him off one by one. He is very, very quick. Merzberger did set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. Novak had literally 2 passes on that single lap, though. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim the fastest lap of the race later, as he's got his sights set on Oehler now.
Yeah, 3rd place could change hands here. Novak is absolutely flying. He's definitely fixed something that was causing him strife earlier in the weekend. Because this car, at times is showing lots of speed, but kind of fell back early in the race before he had to come to pit road.
With this much pace, I wonder if he will be able to catch up closer to Batley.
Yeah, and Jalen isn't keeping the pressure as tight to Merzberger as he was in the first race of the weekend. And Grimm still working over Billingsley, and Kraus right behind there waiting to pick up the pieces. And so while Merzberger's out front collecting more points over Jalen Batley, I think the interesting thing for the weekend for that 3rd place spot in the points, that will be the conversation. Kraus and Grimm were side by side heading into turn 13, but here they come. Merzberger, Batley, Ayler, and watch them as they come across the line here. You should see maybe a little shift and shuffle with Billingsley down the order. There you go, 31 points for Billingsley. And look at that battle for 3rd. Ayler's got it, but Billingsley only 5 points behind. And again, if Billingsley loses another spot to Ayrton Grimm, that's going to shuffle away from him even more. Oh, up the inside, Matthew Novak really deep on the brakes for Ayler. And they're side by side through turn 4. And that's going to bring certainly Billingsley and Grimm back into the conversation here. But they were kind of commingling with each other a little too long. Kraus got around Grimm in 6th place.
That was a brave move there by Novak, but had a huge wiggle through right in the middle of turn 4 there, but was able to make it stick, no contact. Now he's going to try to run away and see if he can catch up to Batley.
So Merzberger, 7 points up on Batley for the weekend, 1.5-second gap on the racetrack. Matthew Novak with that brave move up the inside puts him in 3rd place.
Have to watch the time delta here, as Novak is noticeably faster than the car's 4th place and down. He's already established quite a healthy gap over Ayler.
And Mark Charnogorski in the 25 has gotten by Ayrton Grimm as well, I think. Yes, he has. So the 25 charging up through the field.
Grimm's car looks a bit off pace on the straight.
It does.
It's gotten past there several laps now.
Billingsley is best lap. Charnogorski in that number 25, his improvement as well. And now let's watch. Again, 6 minutes to go. I don't know that Novak will have enough time to get all the way to the leader, but certainly could chew away at the advantage up to Batley, which is about 6 seconds. Keep an eye on a handful of cars that are making up a bunch of ground right now. So there's the blue car of Ayler, and then this is the battle for the lead. Batley 2.2 seconds back. Certainly not keeping the pressure on Merzberger as much as he was early in the weekend.
Yeah, Batley seemed to have a bit of a pace advantage in race 1, but that's certainly fallen off for race 2 as Merzberger builds a gap.
Onto the backstretch now, and this is frustrating, I'm sure, for Batley. Without anyone really to take the fight to Merzberger, he's just watching that 114 get a little bit smaller off the nose of his 88. Merzberger's just been driving really solidly, has not really made any mistakes, even under pressure from Batley in race 1. And he just, look at them, like kind of flat slide there into the corner. He's in tune with this car.
He is very in tune right now. It's just rear end stepped out, but he remained completely focused and it put the car exactly where he wanted it to.
And Batley across the line, no pickup on best laps for either of them, though Merzberger remains the fastest car on the racetrack. And though Novak didn't close in on Merzberger, he did slightly close the gap to Batley by virtue of Batley dropping back.
Yeah, I'm not sure it'll be enough. If we had the gap to over how many laps to overtake board, it would probably be pretty high. I don't think he's going to have enough time at that rate. But if Batley makes any mistakes, he could certainly close up.
Gosh, Mersberger, that flat slide, that's fun. Here's for 4th place, Ayler in the 74, then Billingsley, then Max Kraus in that 314. He didn't get the result he was hoping for in race 1, but he's up on the pace now and putting pressure on these front 2.
Absolutely, that's a pretty tight battle there. You could put a blanket over all 3.
Watching the brakes here, I love this into turn 8. Watch the condensing of the cars, the accordion effect, and Max Kraus really good on the brakes there. Gives it back slightly to Billingsley on corner exit, but everything's tightening. And Charnogorski in the 25, that's the white and red blue car, trailing this group of 3.
Kraus sets up for a good exit there out of turn number 10. See if he can get any slipstream, make a move into turn 11. He might be a little too far back.
He's going to look to the inside and going to try to send a lunge on defense. Billingsley out of control on the brakes, locks the rear tires. He was on the limit, but he held on to the spot.
That's incredible. He certainly gave it everything those brakes could give it.
Yeah, I love the fact these things don't have ABS. Let's watch drivers fight them on the binders, trying to slow them up. That's so much fun. And I think that's why they're so fun to race. Is they've got pretty good braking systems, Dana, but there still is modulation required. And the longer you have a brake zone, I think the more fun it is to watch as a spectator.
Yeah, these cars, you can watch them move around a lot in under the brake zones and mid-corner and corner exit. They're never really completely stuck to the road. I mean, they're some form of slip angle a lot, it seems.
It drives sort of contrary to how you'd expect them to drive. They look like mini prototypes. And generally, you don't want slip angle in a prototype. You want it to be nice and stuck to the road and using that aerodynamic performance. But these cars have enough aero to keep them pointed the right direction, but not enough to keep them glued to the ground like they're on a railroad track. And I think that makes them a lot of fun to drive. And despite their short wheelbase, they're so compliant that I think the setup of the car allows you to catch slides you wouldn't be able to catch if they were stiffer and higher downforce.
Yeah, Kraus actually making up a ton of time on the brake zone there over to Billingsley. See if he can get a good run again. Take another look. A little bit too far away maybe this lap.
But I think he learned a critical weakness of Billingsley last time around, is that Billingsley was willing to drive in there and almost wipe out. So if you can get him looking in the rearview mirrors like that and get him on defense, you can take advantage of that mistake next time.
It's almost a race of perfection at this point because nobody's really pulling away from each other in this battle for third.
Nope, no one's pulling away. And looks like Matthew Novak has stopped his climb. Mersberger is just absolutely setting sail out front. Ooh, downshift there for Ayler. Had to go down a gear sort of mid-turn.
Look at that drone shot.
Yeah, Max, incredible. Max is crushing it right now on the FPV. To turn 4. Burton Grimm has dropped out of this. I wonder if he's dealing with some heat-related issues as well. That car seemed like it was better early in the race.
Is that a look inside for Kraus there? Looks like Billingsley left him half of a car width there, at least at the apex of 6, but it wasn't quite any overlap.
Watch the brakes again, that 314, the red car. Been a little bit more aggressive than Billingsley. Watching the brakes here. Look at that gain. Has to arrest the momentum before he gets to the rear bumper of that number 9. Not really a great opportunity to pass. Going to tuck underneath. And 20 Bill Dorrance has spun at turn 11.
He's unable to get it moving.
And that'll be a yellow flag down there at sector number 3. And you see that is Matthew Novak going on by. So he's going to be stuck over there as the white flag is out. It'll be the last lap, and here comes the battle for 4th right through it. Cannot pass down here critically. So that car's going to be dead stick. And they're on the last lap anyway, so they're just going to let him continue to race. They know he's over there. And Mersberger well out front with only 2 miles left to go here, Dana.
You have 1 lap to get the pass done, but it's really less than a lap because once you get to that...
Kraus up the inside of Billingsley at turn 1. Picks the pocket there. Billingsley can't do anything about it. Tries to throttle up, kicks the rear end out. And Kraus snuck in there and grabbed 5th place.
Makes it stick, and we get a 2-for-1 on this pass now in the same lap. Got a sight set now on Ayler in the 74.
So only half a lap to go here, and Kraus looking for another spot on Ayler now in the 74, and he's got a little bit better performance with the brakes. He's going to slip up the inside and takes the spot. Ayler's going to cross him over and maybe try to get him back on the inside here at turn 8. Great battle here for what will be 4th place, Dana.
This is critical because as soon as you get to that flag station with the stuck car of Dale, of Dorrance, we won't be able to do any more passing.
And Ayler gets it back from Kraus. That's pretty critical there. And this should be the flag station where they're going to have that yellow flag. Not there. They'll get it at the next station. Maybe Bill was able to get the car moving again. But here comes Bryce Mersberger. He's going to go 2 for 2, and not by a little bit. He dominates the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race and gets the job done. And he's going to tack on another 25 points. You see 52 there. Jalen Batley up to 45 with a 2nd place finish. And then Novak in 3rd place in the 256, and side by side between Kraus and Ayler across the stripe. And this is big news for Ayler, because if he were to lose a spot, it would bring him closer to Billingsley across the stripe here. Who gets there first? Ooh, that was tight, and Billingsley almost stole it back from Kraus. And Billingsley notably lost that spot to the 314, and look at what it did. Dropped him another point out of the podium for the weekend.
Wow, we had 4 cars within about a second, 1.25 seconds there, all finished at the exact same moment. Very cool, very close racing.
So that is your weekend points picture. 2 races into 4. The final 2 races will be tomorrow. And with Kelsey Billingsley crossing the stripe, let's have a look here at our race results for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Race number 2, Bryce Mersberger again, winning this time by 3.8 seconds over Jalen Batley. Matthew Novak from the back of the field up to 3rd place. Job well done there, Dana.
Absolutely, that was a fantastic run.
And Max Kraus up to 5th place, late race charge. And Ayrton Grimm, this will be a disappointing run for the 121. Was up there battling for 3rd, and then got kind of drop kicked back to 8th place.
I think he's having some car issues. I'm sure they'll be looking at that before the next race.
Yeah, Jared Anderson 9th, Kelsey Billingsley in 10th, and looking down the rest of the order, Peter Dale, John Howe, and Bill Dorrance, issues for the 20 there at the very end of the race. But and he's still stuck out there, so wasn't able to get moving. And that will conclude the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2. Let's have a look here at the highlights from this race. And I don't think it was quite as volatile at the front of the field, but GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2 on the green flag. It was Bryce Mersberger on the pole. John Howe took everybody 3 wide into turn 1. Ayrton Grimm the long way around, trying to charge his way forward. Out in front, Jalen Batley, big lateral slide there, pounded through the grass from John Howe's off over there. And hounded Mersberger for a lap or 2 there, Dana, but ultimately was not to be as he chased that 114.
Didn't quite have the pace to keep up, but he just slowly watched Mersberger drive into the distance.
And then the battle was a little bit further up the road here. Big lunge up the inside for Matthew Novak. He wiggled, he wobbled, he kept it under control and passed Ayler. And Mersberger so in tune with that car, the 114, and made that one almost look easy. Took the checker flag here for GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2, and it has 52 points now heading into Sunday's final races here from GRIDLIFE Chicagoland in Joliet, Illinois. GRIDLIFE Rush Series race 2 complete.
Track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
In 2019, GRIDLIFE introduced IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, a wheel-to-wheel racing series based on a power-to-weight formula. And about 6 years later, we returned to Autobahn Country Club with more IBOC GLTC racing. It has been a wildly successful formula, about 12.5 pounds per horsepower here, but such a wide variety of cars, utilizing the modifier system to balance cars with weight, with tires, and with those modifiers that we've had in hand here. But round 7 of 9 of the 2025 season here at Autobahn Country Club, just 60 miles southwest, the GRIDLIFE headquarters in Chicago. Kyle Heyer joined by Mike Bryant. Mike, that formula, that power to weight, has been such a successful way to do racing at the grassroots level. And earlier today, what a treat we saw up front between Andy Smedegaard and Eric Cattell.
Absolutely. Seeing the FA24 build come together, new for the BRZ chassis that we're seeing in GLTC against something that is kind of just tried and true with the K24, and Eric's Civic has been excellent. And then you have the two C5s that are pushing it, just worlds apart builds, right?
Yeah, super fun to watch, and of course the championship battle is really the one on our minds as well. And again, you have drop races still for those that are fighting in the championship all the way until we get to pit race. So the championship points will not really fully reflect what's going on, but the weekend points will certainly be interesting to watch as we make our way through the weekend. Eric Jensen in the 184, one of the cars that dodged and weaved past that opening lap incident. Now, just to update you on everything there, all that checkup was responsible for cars kind of spinning, sliding everywhere. Now, as I understand it, Jake Jornstad did have a little contact with the Armco with the right front of the car, but I rolled by it in the paddock. It looked okay. So awesome. In typical Myriad Motorsports fashion, I'm sure Jake will be ready to go. I see him at the back of the shop there. So that was good.
All hands on deck. Yep. Great to see him get it built back and come back better.
Yeah, I just hope that we don't have to dodge and weave again this time on lap number 1. So as we're still working on track recovery there, Bill Dorrance in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race spun out, got the car stalled, so just getting pulled back to pit lane before we turn him loose for 15 minutes in this one.
We were talking about Ayrton Grimm last time about how he hops out of the rush car and right back in. You saw right in the hot pits there, it looked like he had the car delivered, hopped out, hopped into another one. Looked like the rush car was going to go out on track with him.
Yeah, exactly. He did not have a lot of time to get set up for this race. Right out of the rush, right into the GLTC car. Let's have a look at our starting lineup here for this one in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. And this is going to be set by your finishing order of race number 1 as they head up onto the back straightaway. Up in front, the winner from race 1, Eric Cattell, second in the championship, chasing Matan Rosenberg. And he'll be right alongside the 212 of Andy Smedegaard as we roll our way down towards turn 4 here.
When we were out there doing time attack earlier today, after the rain, there was some mud that had been slung up on the outside of 2, kind of the transition between 2 and 3, and that had made some cars really slick.
There's your starting lineup. Eric Cattell on the front row, Andy Smedegaard alongside. Then the 2 C5 Corvettes, Tony Barchev and Matan Rosenberg, the championship leader, in 4th. Lena Chin starts 5th in her S2000 alongside Matt Waldbaum in a similar K24 S2. There's Ayrton Grimm right out of the rush car, right into the GLTC car alongside Louis Chatroop in the 26 car. Then Jimmy Smith in the 130, Julio Crispin in the 350 starts in 10th, Cyril Shukla in 11th, Zach Lavoie in 12th. And as we make our way towards row 7, that's Eric Jensen in the 184 FRS, Dai Win in the BRZ to his outside, Joe Tulo, the E30 M3, then Zach Mortimer in the 369 starts 16th, Dakota Pionic in 17th. Michael Pagano rolls off 18th place in that BMW 116i. Piero Pucci starts 19th alongside Matt Beck in the number 67. Then it's Robbie Vierhout in the number 95 and Rory Lonergan in the 594, the bright green Mazda MX-5. Natalie Latos will be missing the grid for this one. She tore the splitter off and the radiator last race out. But Blake Korth and Jake Jorenstad will be in the last row, right alongside. Well, it'll be 26 cars in this one. Empty row, sadly. Sad face at the tail end of this one here. Mike, we saw some great racing up at the front. Eric Catil and Andy Smedegaard showing us exactly what's expected. Who's got your eye for the second race? Is it Catil again or one of those dark horses running behind?
I really want to see Marchev pull forward and be able to stick with the group and see what he can do. And with the roles reversed now, with Catil starting in the inside, let's see what happens with Smedegaard. If Catil pulls out ahead of him, can Smedegaard lay on the same kind of pressure that Catil put on him? And maybe we get a little bit of passing action happening again. Could be amazing.
Well, I mentioned a while ago that Eric Catil dominated at Carolina Motorsports Park, a track very similar in layout. What race did he dominate in? Race 2. Had pole, drove away. We'll see if he can do the same thing here in this one, Mike.
It's possible. I want to see Jim Smith, too. I want to see what he's able to do. Jumping back into the S2000 there in 9th place. That's a great starting position for him.
Heard that the 155 Michael Pagano is nursing a misfire here as well. We'll see if he can get the job done regardless. Green flag in the air. IMOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race number 2 underway. The field storms down towards 1. Look at Smedegaard on the outside trying to make it stick. If he can keep overlap here, Mike, he might steal the lead away.
It's going to be tough. That transition to 3 is going to be rough here.
Yeah, back to turn 3. They're still side by side. Oh! Look at this. That was a great fight there by Smedegaard, but Catil is going to have the top spot. Much cleaner that time through turn 3, but Smedegaard has to give it up into turn 4. Look who's third.
Yeah.
It's Matan Rosenberg, the championship leader.
Being able to sneak up is... There's quite a big gap between him and Marchev now.
Yeah, I wonder if Marchev had a slip up or something into turn 4, because you see that differential. He's stacking up Matt Waldbaum and Lita Chin, and then there's Louis Chatroop and Ayrton Grimm back there, who's had a better weekend in the GLTC car than he has in the Rush car so far. Jim Smith in the red S2000 up the inside of Chatroop. Wow. Really late on the brakes there, trying to woe it all down.
Lou really late on the brakes. That was a gutsy play. I love seeing it. Him and Jim are really giving Ayrton quite a lot of trouble there in the rearview mirror.
And on the back straightaway now, Eric Catil running away from the 2,800-pound GT86.2, and he calls that. And then championship leader Matan Rosenberg in that 484 Corvette. And he's close to Eric Catil. His car might come in a little sooner than Eric's. A little bit more weight, easier to generate tire temp. Look at this schmozzle down into turn 11. That was dicey.
Great racing throughout the pack. Yeah, seeing 3 cars up in this battle is pretty exciting here too. That could really change the dynamic of the battle between 1 and 2 if Rosenberg's up in there giving him heck as well. Because you go to make a pass, and if you've got to commit to it and then have to bail out, that leaves you wide open.
This is high up as Matan Rosenberg has run since Road America in July. Struggled a lot at Lime Rock Park, and yesterday and earlier today's race, was in the mix in the top 5, but never really battled for the lead. But as long as these two keep racing like this, and they are stealing the show, then Rosenberg will be able to keep tucked up to their rear bumpers here.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about, with Andy putting all that pressure on Catil's back bumper now. Andy's rear tires fell off towards the end of the last race, and Catil's didn't seem to do the same thing. And I wonder if that's just the balance issue, or if Andy's just slinging it a little bit harder and they're just not lasting as long.
Not sure, but they seem pretty well matched. Again, front engine front drive on the Honda, front engine rear drive on the GT86 in second place. Much better run for Andy leaving the corner. And the other thing is he might have a little bit more torque in that FA24. Of course, Eric Catil's car is detuned a little bit, but so would Andy's.
Look at him peeking. Just want to remind you that I'm in your mirrors. I'm here, just in case you make that mistake.
Oh, look at all the curve that Andy hammered. And Matan Rosenberg, same story. Marchev, Matt Waldbaum, see him kick the rear end out there, hammering the curbing. And one of the topics of the weekend is the points for the weekend title. Eric Catil, 51 points as they've earned, but as they cross the line with this reshuffling of the deck here, see if anyone's gained or earned anything this lap around. I don't think so, but look at Rosenberg. 34 points to Marchev's 36. If you were to pass for second, that would flip.
Yep.
Catil, 25 points earned right now if the race were to finish just like this on top of the 26 that he had for the third in qualifying and then the race 1 win. So telling an interesting story as we make our way through the weekend. And putting a little distance now back to Smedegaard.
Yeah, half-second gap is about as big as we've seen until the last couple of laps in the first race here.
Yeah, and they're going to navigate now on the backside of the course. Probably keep one eye on those guys and maybe one eye on the rest of the field, because I have a hunch that Cattilla is going to start to stretch this gap out. See it now about 10 car lengths, but look at the best lap delta. Andy's only 48 thousandths slower as far as their best lap. But you see the purple stripe on Cattilla's name? That's because he is the fastest car on the road.
Well, getting a little sideways there. Definitely using all of the weight transfer to get through patience. Looks like the lap times are a little bit slower. Wondering if the track is heating up and slowing down a little bit. Really close that gap up into turn 11 there.
Yeah, again, I think for Andy, Cattilla's car, I think, is a little bit quicker, but he's going to struggle to find an advantage on Cattilla unless Eric makes a mistake. So, again, keep one eye on that. But there's Jake Jornstad in the battle a bit deeper in the field, Robbie Vierhout, and then Matt Beck in the number 67. That's that 240 SX, the red car in trail. Vierhout we see on occasion here in some of the Midwestern events in that blue 1010s Podcast 350Z.
Look at Jornstad, he's still slinging it through there. It takes a lot of courage when you have an incident to come back out on track and just keep tossing the car. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, I don't think he hit that. Ooh, big slide there for Matt Beck. I don't think he hit that hard, but again, to your point, that's a scary spot to go off the road, and to have the confidence to jump right back in it and go and battle everybody. Impressive drive. For those that missed race 1, got kind of tangled up there on the opening lap and spun in $1 Million Corner, and thankfully it was probably only a couple dollars worth of zip ties to put that car back together.
It really doesn't look bad. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't think it really, by the time I got over there about 30 minutes after the race, I didn't see any mark on that thing, so it was pretty robust. But here's Zach Mortimer and Piero Pucci, who's in his first weekend running in that red Scion FRS.
They actually just threw, well, they fixed the radiator on that. He took a rock in the first race, and so they JB welded it. So it's great to see that holding up. I want to make sure that it makes it throughout the entire race, but it doesn't look like it's caused him any hesitation.
Yeah, about a car length between them, and then just behind there, that is Dakota Pionic in the car we called Binny. That's ASM's name for it because it's a parts bin special from ASM, and honestly, the parts they have in their trash can are probably better than most of the parts you'll find on shelves elsewhere in North America. And then Joe Tulo in the E30 BMW, and then Jim Smith. I didn't see him drop down the order, but he's 18th now, so that's...
I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, he was up inside the top 10. Nope, Andy Smedegaard took the best lap of the race, but he's also lost 7/10 of a second.
A lot of back and forth, a lot of accordion stuff going on with those two.
Yeah, well, only by 18 thousandths did he take that best lap, though.
Back down to 32s, though.
Yeah, really solid laps there. Dakota Pionic. Not a lot of aero on this car either. I'm actually impressed it does as well as it does.
Yeah, he must be feeling that. Making a move up on Piero now.
On the outside. Piero not keeping it nice and tight there. This first sector is really tight to race door to door like this. You have to compromise so much. Love this car. This is Zach Mortimer's BMW 3 Series. It has a real kind of DTM look to it. And harkening back to days of old touring car. I'm a big fan.
Super strong looking car. Makes it look really wide, like it's going to be very difficult to pass. You know, it's about 2 cars wide compared to some of the others we see.
Great fights. This is deeper in the field for about 13th spot at the moment.
Piero's got a good run through 6. See if he can capitalize on this and maybe do some late braking into 8.
Yeah, he's a little more curbing than Zach Mortimer ahead of him. Opens the door here.
It's looking good.
Bit of a lunge on the brakes, and he's going to go up the inside. Can he keep it tight down there? He does. Great, fair, clean racing between these two. And again, for Piero, first weekend here at IBOC GLTC, there's a lot of eyeballs on you, so he's doing everything he needs to do to make sure that he can stick around with us. The expectation in IBOC GLTC is perfection. You don't get a mulligan. If you start making mistakes and running into people, again, you get an invitation to exit. It's so important to treat your competitors with respect and make sure we load these things on the trailer exactly the way that they came off.
That situation right there is what we were talking about earlier. Pierre went for the move, and in reality, he might have been able to make it. It would have been a tough squeeze, absolutely, and they raced fair, but because he committed to that move, it compromised his exit a little bit, and it looks like Dakota was able to capitalize.
Yeah, Pionic is actually going to have a run here on Mortimer down the front stretch.
Oh, look how fast he is in a straight line on that.
Yeah, he's, again, without the aero on that car, and that will allow that car to be a little bit more slippery. That EK Honda Civic hunting for spots there. Tough to keep the inside. Mortimer leaves about a half a lane there. Dakota's going to get ahead of him in the steering, jump the curb, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get to him by turn 4. Here comes Jim Smith now in the 130 S2000.
I wonder if something's wrong with Piero's car, if he's overheating, because he's falling back quite a bit here.
Yeah, struggling a little now. But look at Jim Smith up the inside of Pionic, locking up that left rear wheel. I'd actually heard from Tom O'Gorman, who tested this car at Lime Rock Park, that this car does not have ABS, so locking that inside rear is very common. Hard to keep tires on those things.
It's a big challenge. There's things even outside of the ABS that I hear that, or outside of just locking up the brakes. The way that the wheels come down off the curbs can be a big issue here. You got to be a real wheel man. And you got to be real gutsy if you're going deep. This is a good move.
Yeah, Jim Smith on the outside here of turn 9. Ooh, a little bit wide. And he can't keep the overlap here. But look at all the diversity in cars between these three.
This is awesome.
Very different ways. Pucci on the curbing there in the background. Catil crosses the line, still growing that gap to the lead. So we're going to stay focused on this fight. Under 5 minutes to go now as Jake Jornstad pulls even. Look at Jim Smith up the inside. And Pionic got around Mortimer on that straightaway too.
He did. Like you said, that car's slippery. It looks like, I mean, it's got to be tough to stay with these guys in the corners, but if he can, the reward is on the straights for him.
And Jornstad passed Piero Pucci, so to your point, I think that car, maybe that radiator not holding as much as they were hoping with the JB weld on it. Here comes Jim Smith now at the inside of Mortimer, this time into turn 1.
Clear overlap here.
And I'll bet that he must have looped it somewhere and fell back to 18th place.
Car looks okay.
Yeah, he's got a donut on the side there, but I think that's
old.
A couple events old. So.
Yeah.
Up the straight towards turn 4. This battle's fizzled a little bit. Blake Korth in the background of that Porsche Cayman. Started towards the tail of the field. Michael Pagano, by the way, off track. I think that misfire was problematic. And then Eric Jensen also off course. And back to 3rd place because Matan Rosenberg, a little pressure mounting from the 17 car.
Man, this is like race 1 where we were seeing these two going at it. Matan taking a defensive line to begin with.
And again, Tony driving a car that won a whole bunch of races in the hands of Luke McGrew. And Tony has found a lot of success with it. Had to repair it after an incident in Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course a couple of months ago. So we saw him sell all of his tickets and purchase them back because he's fit and ready to go back into battle.
Gotta love the dedication that comes to this. I mean, we're racers. We're kind of off our rocker to quite an extent, but I love seeing these guys pull this together.
Matan a little sideways there, chasing his car a little bit. And, you know, one of the challenges with these heavier cars, trouble for Matt Waldbaum. And that looks like a motor potentially for the number 90. And he'll pull off course. That will probably bring out a yellow in sector number 2.
Wonder if he can get off to a safe spot or if the yellow's going to come out.
It's going to be tough. We're running out of laps here, but that is heartbreak for Matt Waldbaum. I don't know what it is about Autobahn Country Club. It has not been nice to those ASM K24s, has it?
No.
Go back a couple of years to Tom O'Gorman having a motor expire that famously changed that engine in under 2 hours and made the next race.
Well, you know, part of it might just be there's so many ASM cars out there in general that if something goes wrong, you notice it, right?
Yeah.
And you got 15 cars in the field.
Well, he did a really nice job pulling off to the inside, so he might be able to keep that green. Those guys are racing down there. I didn't see a yellow, so maybe we're okay.
That's a pretty safe spot. You know, all the momentum is on the outside of that corner. It'd be really funky to see anybody go inside there and have a problem. So.
Here comes Marchev up the outside of Rosenberg. Battle for 3rd place here. Marchev's going to try to get ahead of him in the steering. Not quite that time.
Matan, some good defensive driving there. Kind of parked it at the apex so that Tony couldn't use his momentum to pull around.
No, also that will start race 3 based on fastest lap from race 2. So that's something to consider here at the end of the race as well. Across the stripe here, battle for 3rd is on with under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, nobody told Tony that it's going to be about lap time. He's racing for position.
I see a white flag out there as well, so we should be on the final lap of this race.
Still have a yellow in sector 2 though, so you can't make your move here. Honestly, that's probably pretty typical. We don't see a lot of passes or pass attempts through turn 4 or 5 anyway.
Yeah, I'll see if the 17 can find an advantage over the 484 at the very end of this thing. There's Eric Catil all out there by himself. 2 seconds clear of Andy Smedegaard and doing exactly what he needs to do to reel in Rosenberg in the title fight. Thirds aren't going to do it for Matan if Eric wins the next handful of races. And the other thing to consider is if Catil were to win the third race, it's very hard not to win the weekend after you win 3 of the 4. So that puts him well ahead to earn that first place trophy.
Yep, and as long as he's got that purple lap up there, right, he's going to be in the same position for race 3.
Exactly. That's critical.
Oh, no! A wheel.
That's Richard Sawicki. Left rear wheel comes off. That's going to be yellow in sector 3 right at the end of the race.
Left front.
Well, that's not good.
I wonder if he tried to eat a lot of that inside curb at 11, and maybe that put too much stress on it.
Checkered flag. Eric Catil wins race 2 of IBOC GLTC, and critically, look at this. This is your fastest lap sort. This will be your grid for the third race of the weekend. Catil, Smedegaard, Marchev, Rosenberg, and critically, Matt Waldbaum. I'm not saying that they're going to try to do it, but they have overnight. If they put a new engine in that car, Matt Waldbaum can start 5th.
I can't wait. I hope to see they do it. Also, this is not the place that you really want to be on the track. Everybody's checked up, good heads-up driving, keeping it safe, but that's a real bummer of a spot.
Yeah, Blake Korth also on the lap times, 9th place. It's not where he finished the race, but it will be where he will start tomorrow.
Good for him. Top 10 in GLTC.
Yeah, and well, that's for the grid for tomorrow.
Yep.
And again, with the sort order shifted here based on lap time, Jim Smith also critically didn't get the result he wanted, but he'll start 10th tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think something happened to his race, and he did a really good job pulling it back together, and so now he has a chance for some retribution in the next race.
Yorobuchi, 18th, will be on the grid for tomorrow. And we should get this shuffled back also to race order here just at the end to see how things finished out before we go to results. There you go. So top 10 for Julio Crispin, Zach Lavoie, 9th. This is your race finish order.
Dye went up in 11th. Is that one of his better finishes?
I think so. It might be his best. But let's have a look here at results for race number 2 for IBOC GLTC. Eric Catil, 2nd race in a row. Then Andy Smedegaard, 2nd place again. Matan Rosenberg, Tony Marchev, and Lena Chin, top 5. Then Ayrton Grimm, 6th place. Nice result there. Chatrup, Shukla, Lavoie, and Crispin, your top 10. Great result for Julio. And then you mentioned Dye Win in 11th place. And for James Smith, a nice recovery after dropping down to 18th early on.
Lou Chatrup being up in 7th position. That's a really good result for him as well. He's going to be proud of that one.
Yeah, top 20s for Robbie Veerhout and Matt Beck as well, as we look down to the last page of runners. And Rory Lonergan, Matt Waldbaum with that engine, we think, expiring there. That's what it looked like on that Honda S2000. Maybe they'll try to put a new motor in it before tomorrow. We will see. That's not out of ASM's plan, I would say. Richard Sawicki, 23rd. Eric Jensen, 24th. Michael Pagano did not finish the race, neither did Jensen in 24th place there. There's Richard Sawicki. Wheel off the left front. And that is going to be expensive to sort that out. Let's have a look at the highlights here from IBOC GLTC race number 2. And race 2 of the weekend for IBOC GLTC started with a clear start than race 1, side by side with Catil and Andy Smedegaard as the 212 tried to wrest the lead away from the Hybrid Racing EG. He couldn't get there though, and Eric began to pull away. So while they fought for position for a couple laps, Matan Rosenberg tried to keep them in sight, but eventually they just accordioned away from each other. Elsewhere in the field, though, battles inside the top 20 between Robbie Veerhout and Jake Jorenstein, recovering from a race 1 incident. And then this fight, this stole the star of the show. The 510 of Piero Pucci, Dakota Pionic, and Zach Mortimer, Mike, having a blast.
That was a lot of fun to watch. I'm glad to see that you can have those kind of battles in the middle of the pack as well.
Eric Catil wins race 2 here in the GRIDLIFE IBOC Touring Cup. Congratulations to Eric Catil for getting the job done here in race number 2. And with that, we'll be back in just a moment's time. It will be the continuation of, I believe, our GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship with this reshuffled deck. Yes, a few minutes' time, and GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 6 on track up next.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure. Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, round 7 to 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. It's time for Time Attack once again. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski for the last heat of the day for the Time Attack group. And Dana, tomorrow they're going to get maybe one more try before they go off the Track Battle Podium Sprint. Group D up first. What did we learn last session and what are we going to see this session?
Learned a lot of the same last session. I think it was still damp for the Time Attack people, but this session it's dry, but it's hot. So I don't think anybody's expecting to drop a ton of time. However, if you've learned something on data, then you can try it out and maybe just prepare for the morning session. Might be the ultimate goal for some of these guys.
Well, the wind has died down a little bit. The air temp is up a bit, and the precipitation has gone off to the southeast. And it was a pretty messy day to start with the weather, so glad to have that stuff all cleared out of the way. And Group D on the racetrack, again, Falcon Club SC is what we'll be following. Will we see track records improvements this afternoon? Probably not. But again, setting yourself up for conditions that will probably be like this tomorrow afternoon when we do the track battle podium sprint. If you're not familiar with the way this format works, you've got 6 or 7 opportunities to go on track and run your fastest lap time. The 5 fastest cars from each of our 7 classes, that's a total 35 cars, will go tomorrow in the podium sprint, where each of the top 5 from their respective classes will going up against each other in a 3-lap shootout. And the top 3 drivers earn themselves trophies for the weekend. Everyone that is 6th or slower in their respective class, they're done for the weekend after tomorrow morning's heat number 7, day 9. You know, we talk to drivers all the time about which format they seem to prefer, whether it's classic time attack where it's just the fastest lap counts, or if it's this podium sprint. Seems like a mixed bag depending on who you ask, but the drivers at the pointy end really like the pressure that podium sprint adds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've driven the podium sprint format. I really liked it. It was a very interesting twist to the traditional time attack, storyline that you'd see throughout the weekend. I mean, it also depends on the weather.
That wall bomb's number 90 over there is not on a hook or a rollback, and I wonder if they're just going to leave it there. It's out of the way, but Matt is not there anymore, so I think they've taken him away, but might just leave the car to deal with later. It's well out of harm's way, out of an impact zone, and probably leaking a whole bunch of oil, if I had to guess, Dana, so maybe you don't want to make such a mess.
I didn't know about that shortcut that truck just took. I might have to try that in one of these time attack sessions someday.
Yeah, you think you can cut 30 or 40 seconds off your lap time?
I think so.
Oh, I think the other reason for this was the flatbed also has Richard Sawicki's MX-5 on it. So that will also contribute to why that 90 car is still over there. So we could be on delay for a little bit more if they do intend to go get that 90 car.
Drove the wheels off it.
Looks like it. So I'm going to check in and see if we're going to have to wait for this car to get retrieved. And at the moment, it sounds like they're going to go get that 90. So it might be a couple minutes here before we get going green here for the GridLife track battle session. But Dana, it's been an interesting weekend so far. And up next is WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Let's talk about that one for a second. If you're interested in tickets and you're out in the California area, it'll be September 26th through 28th. In Salinas, California, all the way out WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Such a historic facility. That's where we head next for our GridLife Track Battle Championship and the rest of our series. How does WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca stack up for you with your time on the simulator, at least?
I've never been there in real life, but the simulator, I've been there many times. I've crashed many cars there on the simulator, and man, it would be so cool. The elevation there, I'm sure the simulator doesn't do it any justice, but just from the videos, we've seen in the prior 2 years where GridLife has gone there, fantastic videos. The races is always very good. I mean, that's going to be it's a bucket list track for a lot of people. Let's be real. So to be able to race your car there in a class like GLTC or GLGT or even time attack would be fantastic.
So waiting on the pit lane here for the GridLife track battle group, and it sounds like that 90 is going to need a flatbed here, so it'll be a couple of minutes. We might take another step away in just a moment's time to let the safety crews go to work and go extract that number 90 out from turn number 4. So let's do that. Let's step away and hang tight with us here on the YouTube side. If you're here at the racetrack, it'll be quiet for a few minutes, at least sans the dyno, which the race winners and top runners from iBot GLTC are on, and we'll check back in with the start of the GridLife track battle group here in just a couple minutes. Welcome back to Autobahn Country Club and GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. We're about ready to go back on the racetrack there after an extended cleanup after IBOC GLTC race number 2. We had one car with no left front wheel and one car with no motor. And Dana, that's a little tricky to clean up, so it took us a couple minutes to rotate the, what do they call that, the musical flatbeds, and we've got all the cars off the road. And that means Track Battle Group D is going to head on course here shortly.
Yeah, they did a good job cleaning that up, really. And these guys are already ready to go, and they've got a game plan in mind. They know what they're doing, so they're ready to hit the track any moment.
Yeah, about 3:30 in the afternoon here, local time in Joliet, Illinois. So that means that it's about as hot as it's going to be today. So I don't know that the track temperature, as far as the surface conditions, are primed and ideal. I did get a note from Dewey DeWitt that the 103 car is a Subaru GC that is trying out Dewey's wheel and tire setup in Group B, but that'll be a little bit later in the show. Primary group we're looking at here is all the Honda Fits and the Civics that are towards the back of this group. That's the Falcon Club SC group with the pink stickers on board the car. And Dana, this is the group that contains all of those front runners in this category. And though we might not see track records, I'm interested in seeing where they finish relative to each other at the end of this group, because it'll give us a pretty good indication of who's got pace when the track is greasy and slick, which is what we'll have in the podium sprint tomorrow when we decide who gets the trophies.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sunday Cup guys they're going to go out no matter what the weather is, let's be real. I mean, a lot of these guys are here just to get a ton of laps in, and a lot of them drive their car to the track, which is really cool to see.
And Mike Jansen in the number 156 black Honda Civic has been the quickest driver of the bunch so far this weekend. Landon Radcliffe is the second seed, then Sam Dooling in the 370 Honda Fit. And a whole host of other cars on the racetrack. If you're here at the track and you're going, what's going on right now? This is a time-based competition called GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack. The goal here is go as fast as you can and reduce your lap time to the fastest possible time here at every racetrack that you visit on the calendar. The twist here is that you have to run a fast lap either yesterday, today, or tomorrow morning. And if you're in the top 5 in your class, you move on to the podium sprint, where we decide the weekend winners. It'll be a 3-lap dash with the top 5 in each of our respective categories. And whoever is on top wins the weekend. If you get a track record anytime this weekend, you'll earn yourself an additional point. And those records are per drivetrain. So you have 3 different records per class: front-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, and rear-wheel drive. So taking the green flag now, Track Battle Group D. We work our way up in the speeds. DCBA, with the A cars being the fastest of the bunch. It's Nicholas Alpin in the C6 Chevrolet Corvette. He's the first driver to take the green flag here. And talk about Corvettes all this weekend and how many unique cars we've had. Dana, the interesting thing about these is that from factory, don't have a lot of aero on them, especially in Street GT. You can't run a lot of aero. So they can be a little bit of a handful to drive despite their high horsepower, and they're very slippery cars, but don't generate a lot of cornering force until you start to put splitters and rear wings and things on them.
Yeah, the C6 Vet in Street GT, I don't think was an incredibly popular choice for whatever reason until Ida Waxman brought one out like 3 years ago. Dominated that year, and now they're all over the place. I think the entire podium at one of the recent events was made up of C6 Corvettes.
You know, and right now he still holds the track record in Street GT with that C6 Corvette he earned here last year. So that's impressive to me. And all last year he was going up against Andy Vogel's C8 Corvette. I think that might have been 20. No, that was last year, 24.
I think that was 2 years ago.
Maybe it was 2 years ago. No, I think it was the C8. It was last year for Andy. But Ida Waxman and him went up against each other. 1:29.261 is the time that Alpin is chasing, although the pointy end of our Street GT class is in the next group. Looks in chat saying, I wish GRIDLIFE would come to Sebring. We have our own version of hellaciously hot flat racetrack, and it's right here at Autobahn Country Club. This is our version of Sebring, Dana.
I don't know what it is about Autobahn here, Kyle. The weather is always a wild card. Today we have had hot weather, humidity, pouring rain, hail, lightning, wind.
And it's 80 degrees out now.
Yes.
A little bit of everything.
Tomorrow, maybe snow.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by it. So, first laps of the day, or of this session rather, coming in right now, watching again the pink cars on the timing and scoring. And Jansen About a second and 3/10 off of his best of the weekend. Radcliffe and now Best jumps to the top, 143.6. And for David Best, I think that is his best time. It is by 4/10 of a second.
That's impressive. Do we have the Sunday? Oh, they're on the screen right now. Look at that. And yeah, Jansen, I thought that was a record when he did that previously today. 43.0.
That was yesterday.
Was it? Okay.
He's been in the 43s, I think, earlier this morning, but not quite as fast as he went yesterday. There's Malima Sampa, the 350Z. That's a Club TR class car. Quickest of those so far in the opening lap of the session. That blue Nissan, and then Neruchetti right behind in the E46 BMW in trail.
Club TR, Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni exactly 1/10 of a second apart for in the front of Club TR today. Very, very close. Almost as close as Sunday Cup. Which it looks like Sunday Cup is this right? Is the Sunday Cup is
the 15,000?
15,000 separating? That's incredible.
Club SC now this year?
Yes, Club SC.
At CMP, I had to slap myself every time I made that mistake, but name change for that class here this year. And you're right, 15,000s between. There's Neruchetti in that BMW we talked about just a moment ago. And he's run this car in a couple different configurations, but now running in street class. Big wide tires up to 285 in street in the rear-wheel drive configuration, only up to 255, I believe, in all-wheel drive, which is what most of the cars in street class are.
I don't remember the last time we had a championship won in street class by a two-wheel drive vehicle. It's been all-wheel drive Subarus and was it all Subarus? Evos? Subarus and Evos for at least 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah. It was Luca Barberis last year in street class in an Evo that won the title. And he's moved up to street mod this year in a GR Supra.
That's a very cool car.
So now we're working his way around course at the moment. Just keeping our eyes on Club SC. Radcliffe in the Corolla, David Best in the orange fit, Sam Dooling in the silver number 370 fit, all the 143s. This is about the quickest they've been today, given that they had damp conditions in the previous 2 sessions. But none of them have, other than David Best, have improved. They're all a little bit slower than their times from yesterday.
I'm surprised they're going this quick in the heat. I figured they would have gone this quick or slightly quicker this morning in the very first session, but it was pretty windy this morning, and the wind has died down quite a bit, but the heat has came in.
I wonder also if the wind, the rain, the breeze has kept away the track temperature. We had clouds earlier today as well, so the track didn't have all day to bake like it did yesterday. So though it is warm out there right now, the track temperature probably is increasing. I don't think it's as hot as it was. Watching this 3 Series lean over. Not a lot of aero on this car. You can only run stock aero. Here's the battle we're watching. Nick, I think, is that Berg ahead of him? Or that's Jansen.
Jansen and Radcliffe. And they always are so close to each other. This is the only class in time attack that they just follow each other in trains.
Sam Dooling, a 43.6. That's his best lap of the weekend. In the silver fit in 3rd in this train as Jansen works through turn 2 now in that black Honda Civic. There's Lennon Radcliffe in the white Corolla. Again, these cars generating somewhere between 90 and 100 horsepower for the most part. And it's all about carrying momentum. This class, low prep, but high action. 25 pounds per horsepower is your baseline power to weight. And there are modifiers for cars that have some more complexity, including double wishbone suspension. And there's also, I believe now, a frontal area modifier too. So that will allow for a little bit of balancing of cars like these Corollas and Civics. They're a bit lower to the ground. Jansen bails out of the way, lets Radcliffe go on through. Radcliffe is the quickest of Club SC in this session, a 143.587, though we ran nearly half a second better than that yesterday.
Yeah, that's probably the only Corolla that we have in Club SC, I would imagine. I think he's the only one.
Yeah, you're right. At least this year, he's the only one. And again, kind of a unique looking car. It's kind of neat too. The older Toyotas down on the ground like that, lowered but on suspension, certainly look neat. And Lennon, every time he brings this Corolla out, it is a threat to win this category. And right now, he's been outpacing the fits. So come podium sprint tomorrow, if he can keep it together and put together a good lap, he's in good shape. Honestly, for Mike Jansen, the podium sprint has not helped him. So if you're here trying to steal a win, pickpocket one from the driver you'd expect to win, I think Radcliffe is in a great position to do just that.
Podium sprint is a whole different animal, really. I mean, it sometimes will bite you, and sometimes you get lucky from it. It's a bit of a gamble, but really it comes down to if you can throw it down at that moment in whatever conditions it's in.
Can't verify this, but there's someone in the chat that tells me that Landon Radcliffe and Mike Jansen are on new tires for this. And again, this category uses spec Falcon RT660 Plus or RT660 tires at a 205 width. So new tires can certainly help.
Interesting session to put sticker tires in.
Here's a fan favorite. 302 car, the Lincoln Mark 8. What a fun car this is. And this is Adam Cook behind the wheel. This car had run in street mod previously. Or maybe it's still showing his street mod on the timing and scoring, but he's got track mod stickers on the car this weekend. But not a car that you'd expect to see in time attack of any kind of competition. But you kind of run what you got, right?
He's brought that car to a many GridLife event. I've seen that car at GridLife events for multiple years, if I remember correctly.
Well, it's been here for a little while, and sure, lumbering that thing around a road course is going to be a lot of fun. But all the pitch and roll and direction change. And it's kind of, I mean, it's pretty low slung, isn't it? And it's a very long and slender looking car. Doesn't look all that bad aerodynamically, but just you're lumbering around a lot of weight and rubbing the left front fender there as well on the tire.
I don't think the Lincoln engineers expected this outcome when they designed that car.
No, but I think it shows good engineering that it can do this if you choose. He's actually got that left front tire is actually shiny because he's rubbing it so much with that left front leaning on the weight. But again, I love most road going cars. You lower them, you take away that wheel gap between the fender and the wheel. You can make almost anything look good. And Cook stepping into track mod this weekend and across the stripe there in the 302. 144.413 for Adam Cook. Again, still a little bit off of those 100 horsepower Honda Fits and things, which goes to show you how much heavy weight can contribute to lap time.
Sam Dooling in Club SC moving to a 43.171. That should put him into third place if he wasn't already there, but at least improving his time. He was in third already with a 43.7. He jumps 0.6 of a second up to a 43.1. It's quite the pickup in the heat, even.
Yeah, I mean that's a big pickup there, as you pointed out. And Lima Sampa in the blue 350Z, a 39.551. Sampa, and that is not quite quicker. But there's Sam in that 370. Honda Fit. We talked about him earlier, how he drives this thing all the way across the country. Also is running our tech operation or part of the tech operation for us at Impound and Scales and things. And comes across the line there, let him looking over his shoulder. Just like on the racetrack. Even quicker still, 143.099. And that still puts him third, but that is going to put him within 700ths of Lennon Radcliffe in second place.
That's incredibly close. Top three within 1/10 of a second. Insane.
That's really impressive. Lennon Radcliffe going slow there, and looks like they're all in cooperation. That this is the end of their session. Checker flag there. So Sam Dooling is the big pickup there, and that's 0.8 clear of the previous track record here, by the way. You'll see Mike Jansen reset it yesterday to 143 flat, but it was a 143.8 held by Sam Dooling.
Wow.
So they're all almost a second ahead of where they were just last year.
And you know, if you would have told somebody, a year ago that you guys are going to be dropping another second, they probably wouldn't believe you.
No, and again, you talk about the change in transition over time in classes like street mod and track mod. You know, technology improves, aerodynamic properties of wings and things improve, but this class hasn't changed all that much. But they're just finding how to go so fast in cars that look so slow. I mean, they're not going very fast on the straightaways, maybe touching 90 miles an hour into the braking zone into turn 11. But their minimum speed is almost also 90 miles an hour. They're just carrying as much speed as physically possible on those skinny 205 Falcon tires. And it goes to show also the tire technology. The other pickup maybe can be attributed to the RT660 Plus compound change.
Yeah, the 660 Plus is definitely noticeably fast. Quite by a good margin, I would say, faster than the original 660. That 660 Plus came out early this year, so was not used at all last year.
Fist out the window for Len Radcliffe. That means he's coming to pit lane. Sam Dooling will do the same. And Group D is complete here.
Well, this is promising. These Club SC times are promising for the rest of the classes. There might actually be a possibility of more pickups.
There is. I think, you know, as far as cornering speed, the Club SC cars aren't that far off of a lot of the higher classes in some of the slower corners. But those, you know, the higher classes, as far as the speed index here, you're dealing with more weight. And the more energy you're putting into the tire, the quicker that hot surface is going to factor in. So maybe it'll be a bigger deal in Street GT, Street Mod, Track Mod, that sort of thing. But I think you're right. The track conditions seem maybe not the best they could be, but co-requisite with what we've seen so far this weekend. So Group C will be up next. And we see a lot of the meat of our Club TR and Street Class fields here again. And also Daniel Moore in this EF Honda Civic. This thing's pretty cool looking.
Oh, absolutely. Jabay would love this car.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier that the EF Honda Civic and the Honda CRX of a similar vintage are basically responsible for GRIDLIFE existing at all. It was bonding over Honda parts and pieces that Chris Stewart and Adam Jabay, co-founders of GRIDLIFE, came together and decided to start hanging out and putting on events for their friends and sort of merging the music, motorsports, drift world all together. And the first GRIDLIFE as we know it in 2014, but the first Honda meet, I believe, 2004, 10 years prior to that.
Wow.
So I was 6.
I was in 4th grade.
I was in 1st grade.
Here we are.
And here we are.
What engine is in that Civic? Do we know?
In the EF?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I would venture to say it's probably a K24. Safe bet, doesn't it? Seem like one?
Sometimes.
So warming up here for Group C. Probably won't see the pointy end of any of our categories in this field. Again, we're grouped by pace here. And so Group A tends to collect all the class leaders. Group B are generally those that are right up in behind, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that sort of thing. Group C, get a little mix of everything here. But Daniel Moore into turn 11 and 12. And the top seed here in this group, so he should pull away. We'll see what he's got. He's in the track mod category with the orange stickers on the side. Track mod, you've got 2 different paths, Dana. You can start sort of with a modern supercar platform and go one way, or you can build whatever you want and go a different way. There's 2 different parallel paths in the rule set that get you roughly the same lap time. And Daniel Moore hucking this front-wheel drive Civic around the first sector here at Autobahn Country Club. A little puff of smoke out the tailpipe. That's probably normal. And up to turn 4.
We don't see too many of these cars, especially not in track mod. There is another Civic in track mod, though, isn't there? A EK.
It is an EK, and then well, there's Chris Boersma's car that we don't see here this weekend, but we've also got an unlimited Jimmy Rock in the EK Honda Civic. That thing.
Well, I like that car a lot.
That car also reset the front-wheel drive record here at Autobahn Country Club in unlimited, which had been standing since 2017. I was in college in 2017, Dana. That's how long that record has stood until just this morning.
What was that record?
It was 123, mid-123 for the front-wheel drive unlimited class. And Jimmy Rock beat it this morning. Here's Daniel Moore again throttling up onto the back straight in the CF Civic. It giddies up and goes on the backstretch, though, doesn't it? It's just weighing it down and keeping it glued down in the corners. That's the hard part, it looks like. Short wheelbase on these cars. The front tires doing all the work. Braking, accelerating, and cornering. And as I always like to say with any front-wheel drive car, Dana, the rear tires are just there to keep the back from dragging on the ground. Not doing a lot, contributing to much on this car. Another thing about this, it's got a plate on the rear bumper. A car like this in track mod still being plated. I mean, that's cool. 35.4 for Daniel Moore. And his best time of the weekend is a 34.1, so he's not too far off. Ryan Seiler's out there in the 755 S2000 in Club TR. Ruben Manrique, see the green flashes on the timing and scoring. That's a lap pickup. See a yellow flash, that is a lap complete, but no pickup. Isaac Ambrose to the top of street class 135.522. And here's a look at your track mod leaders right now. TJ Ball in that sort of stubby BMW, and then Daniel Moore right behind him by about 1.2 seconds.
I'm so excited to see Ryan Seiler back in Club TR this weekend in the Blue S2000. I'm actually neighbors with Ryan Seiler, and I helped him put the car back together as best I could, and it's still running, so we did a good job.
You've been helping a lot of people this weekend, Dana, keep their stuff in one piece.
I'm trying. Yeah. I'm doing my best.
That's all we can expect.
Ryan has not driven that car in competition since GRIDLIFE Road America 2021. It's been in a garage since, and he's back.
What was the story behind him sitting out for so long?
He just had some work stuff, and he ended up moving, and now he's kind of situated a little bit better, and wanted to get the car back out. So we got it back together. Suspension refresh, some help from ASM, who's now local to him. And here he is at Autobahn racing the 2000 again, and he's only 4/10 off his best lap on his very first lap of this session.
The track's fast. Daniel Moore just picked up 132.2, and that is a pickup for him by a lot. TJ Ball is 134.558, and that is quicker now. 134.205 is quicker by about 0.3 of a second. So the track is fast. What about that for Seiler? 135.1. Randy Ramchan jumps to the top. 135 flat. Manrique improves as well, Dana. So the track is fast, and we could see some more records fall here at the tail end of this session.
Enrique with a 35.8. He's about a second off of his best of the day. However, 35.0 for Ramchad. He's basically exactly the same as his best time of the weekend so far. Actually, he picked up by about 1/100.
Yeah, so a little bit faster for those in Falcon Club TR. And I think Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni licking their lips in Group B here, Dana, to go faster than they did this morning. Oh, trouble for TJ Ball. He's off and spinning. He'll gather it back up, but maybe just took a bad hop over there. And he spins it out. Might have stalled the car, but now he's back rolling again. And here's a look at it. And let's see what you can see. Oh, jumps the curb there, Dana. That was a big bounce.
Yeah, that is not one of the curbs you're wanting to hit. There's plenty of runoff there, but it's not the grass. It's not what you're wanting to use. He actually did a really good job, both feet in, and then he let the car roll backwards off the race, off the danger zone of the racetrack, where he's probably not in any danger if he's 10 feet off the track.
Yeah, we talked about the candy stripes, the red and white curbing you see around the racetrack. The inside apexes, relatively smooth. They don't have any kind of rumble strips built into them, but they are tall. Now the exit of the corners, you'll see right here, those are rumble strips. Those will rattle the car, let you know that you're at the edge of the racetrack. But the inside apex curbs, Dana, you really only want to mount those in the slower corners. At high speed like that, it basically jams your wheel up into the fender arch and sends you for a ride like that.
Yeah, there's a few here that you want to use or you can use, and then a few that you definitely don't want to use. At least it's probably car specific for the most part. Speaking from my experience, there's about half of them that you want to avoid at all costs, because it will do exactly what you just saw in the BMW. It'll make you hop, skip, and bounce off the track.
So the braking zone there, all that pavement kind of tar patching they've done makes it really bumpy on the corner entry here. Then turn 5, this fast left-hander. See a little bit of lateral slide there from the rear end, kind of bounced out through the bumps, but Ruben chasing that rear-wheel drive street record you see at the top of the screen. Sam Bosnian from last year in a 350Z holds that record, and it's a 131.7. That's pretty quick.
That is a very quick and very respectful lap.
So I don't know that Ruben is quite going to get there this weekend. But Will Drees also, we've been watching the Elantra M. Also make some progress here. I think he's running about as much as he's done this weekend. Drees at a 35.644, basically matching what he did earlier this weekend. They're struggling to get totally front-end pace out of that car for podium sprint tomorrow.
That's a new chassis, yeah?
It is. Post-Road America, they had that crash in the kink. Locally sourced a chassis as well, so I'm not sure that it's got everything that KDM Tuners wants to put on it to continue their trudge towards a podium in the street class title.
It's impressive they got anything back together in the short amount of time that they had.
So for Ruben,
dirt drop.
Yeah, grab the grass there, and he needs to pick up a little bit of time. So his best time of the weekend is a 1:34.824. If he wants to be in the track battle podium sprint tomorrow and go for a trophy, he needs to beat Jan Wildner in that 240 SX. He needs a 1:33.752. So that's a lot of time to find, and he's looking at every inch of the racetrack to try to dig it out.
He's going to use, who said this? Greg Kramer said this. He's going to use all of the pavement and everything they wish they paved.
Exactly. There's that 466, that Hyundai Elantra N we talked about. KTM tuners out of California. And again, they're going to join us from their home track at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in a couple weeks. And I think hometown heroes there, they're probably going to finish on the podium there, Dana. And they're chasing a podium in this class championship. And after their crash at Road America, that sort of forced a reset. You see that car they did have in the bottom right there with the red, white, and blue livery. This is a different car, but because the car is largely the same and it's the same driver, he gets to keep his championship points. And we'll see if he can trudge his way forward. He does also have points from Thunder Hill, which is another California event that was technically the first round of 2025 last year in the fall. And you'll note there that Dries right now in the session just about a tenth and a half behind Isaac Ambrose in that black and purple number 600 Subaru. So street class all about those turbocharged all-wheel drive cars, and then front and rear drive cars that are also generally turbocharged.
Saw a car stuck off there in turn 8 or so. I think that's Dan Mines BMW E30.
Red car, yeah.
Not having much luck.
And I've had a chance to drive these Hyundai Elantra Ns on track. They're really, really good. They weigh about 3,300 pounds from factory, so they're not exactly super lightweight, but they have exceptional balance. And the one I drove was a manual, but they do have a DCT version. Haven't had a chance to drive that one, but the manual had automatic rev matching. That is, you know, I'm a big fan of old-fashioned heel toe downshifting myself, Dana, but the rev matching was really good. And anytime I drove it on track, I did use it. And for Dries, that's a pickup, a 135.469. He just needs a lot more than that. So,
the first time I experienced that automatic rev match was in a 370Z.
Yeah.
Probably 10 years ago now.
Sure.
But it was really good, and I'm sure it's only getting better with technology now. But very cool.
Yeah, the issue they've been having with that Hyundai Elantra N is just the aero balance at high speed. The rear end likes to kind of get light, and in the high-speed corners this year. He also had an incident back at Carolina Motorsports Park in a similar corner. The kink over there, car looped on him there, and it's just really hard to get it to stick to the road. Here's a look at Eric Pilipchik. This is the number 247, one of those Toyota GR Supras on track. And Eric is also competing in GRIDLIFE GT, which is the next race we have, which starts in about 30 minutes. So he's going to get out of the Supra into his BMW. He finished second in the race in the rain, put on a pretty good show. So pulling double duty. And, you know, interestingly, you know who else is running Street GT in a Supra and also is running GLGT?
Another Eric.
Another Eric.
I just realized.
Eric Magnuson. They're both running BMWs in GLGT and Supras in Street GT. I don't know what's up with that.
Must be the combo.
I guess. And, you know, the Supra, let's talk about this for a second, Dana, as we get the checkered flag here on Group C. The Toyota's GR Supra, I think, if you're looking at a car around 55 to 60 grand, maybe other than a C8 Corvette, I don't think you can get as reliable of a performance vehicle as a GR Supra. Would you disagree with that at all? From factory.
No, I think they've proven themselves to be incredibly reliable. In fact, you know, and I don't have a lot of friends that own these, but I have not heard of too many of these with any engine issues whatsoever until you're making really big power that, you know, it's obviously not designed for.
There's Dan Mai in that 169, the E30 BMW. You stuck a long ways over there. So I guess we'll send him a Coast Guard helicopter or something to get him back over there in the sea of grass. But
can you do that?
Probably. I don't know. It's pretty flat around here, but you can find all sorts of places to land.
I did not know you had that power.
Well, wish I did. If I could just instantly command. You know what it was? I was driving around, coming home from work the other day, Dana, from the GRIDLIFE HQ, pulled onto I-94. I look up in the sky. There's like 5 helicopters flying around. Turns out there's a police chase, which I didn't even know they could do in Chicago. And of course, I looked up the video later, and as expected at I-94 at about 5:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, about 17 miles an hour. So it was not the fastest police chase I've ever seen in my life.
Did you happen to check your mirror?
No, they were off in the distance.
Oh, so it wasn't you?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh.
No, I was going less than 17.
Got it.
So they would have caught me pretty quick.
Do you think you could outrun the police in a Scion FRS?
Absolutely not. I can't outrun a Chrysler minivan. I got out-dragged by Chris Stewart's Ford E350 van conversion.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right.
We were in Mexico, of course.
Right, yep.
Yeah, we were definitely not on Phoenix Road. Here's a look at your Falcon Club TR class leader, Dana Basinski. Dana Basinski. You're right next to me. Peter Granberg in the 511, the K-Power car. Honda K24 under the hood of the Subaru BRZ. And this car has seen a lot of changes. He's waving to the drone. I love that. And, you know, Peter's seen a lot of iterations. This flips down the visor going into fast mode here. This car has seen so many iterations over the years. You see all the OK Tech stickers on that car? He just collects them like treasured coins. And that car has been in a couple different categories. It's been in Street Mod. It's been in Club TR. But chasing a championship and trying to defend from Mario Moroni, who is all over him this weekend.
Literally exactly 1/10 of a second behind him.
So Dan Mai in that E30 BMW. People swear by these things too. I've never had a chance to drive this specific E30 generation car, but I have had some experience at a 1983 3 Series.
Not many left, I don't think.
No. No, but they are a lot of fun. Very raw driving experience. Certainly feels like you're driving a Coke can or something. They're very lightweight, especially in the roof and A-pillars and things. Fans giving us perspective up there on the rooftop. Wave, you're on camera. Hello, drone's spotting you right now up there. See how many people are listening to the PA over the sound of the motors on the pit lane. And Autobahn Country Club offers sort of a unique viewing experience up there, Dana. A lot of the racetracks on the far side of the facility past the tree line, but the first and last sector do offer some pretty enticing opportunities to watch racing, especially in the rain like we saw in GridLife GT. And some cars heading to grid there. That's Jan Wildner in that 240 SX. A little blue smoke out the tailpipe.
That just must be how that car is, because it alerted me when I smelled oil when it drove past me yesterday, and it's still running. So, you know, it's fine. Just add oil.
You know, it's shocking how many drivers will tell me that their car is supposed to shoot smoke out the tailpipes. But hey, they must know something I don't.
That is cool.
I smell anything weird on my car, I panic. So my motor is also $6 grand probably to replace. I would not choose to do that. But while we wait for Dan Mai to get cleaned up, there's a great look at your Group B cars. Stan Feingold on the front of that with the Toyota 86. And there is Mario Moroni right behind Peter Granberg. Those two are going to go out together, nose to tail, first and second in Club TR. And then there's Jeremy Lauder in that Chevrolet Camaro on the point. Very different strategies on how to go fast between the 650 horsepower Camaro and the 230-ish horsepower BRZ and Trail.
Yeah, incredible that they can make similar lap times as well. I mean, they're not identical. The Camaro is faster, and it's gridded in front, but it's not that much faster. Peter Granberg is getting everything out of it. Oh.
And there goes the strap. A little bit too much oomph on that. We'll have to try that one again.
You can buy really cheap toe straps online.
Need another one. Need a 30-pack probably. We've had a lot of mechanicals this weekend, Dana. Tell me a little bit about the challenges we have with mechanicals at this racetrack. Is this a particularly hard track on equipment? It just seems like we've had so many cars break this weekend for one reason or another.
No, it may just be near the end of the season. Things are tired, and you know, you're going to have to replace things as they wear out, they age out. We're not using race engines. Most of the cars in Time Attack are not using race engines. They're mostly street engines that people have tuned up, and they're trying to get everything out of them and then some. They're running them to the ragged edge, and things do tend to expire, including apparently the tow hook that you have bought online for your BMW.
Yeah, so grid workers getting updates there from around the racetrack. Hopefully they didn't break the loop on the front of that car. And in that case, we might have to go get a flatbed to get that car off the racetrack. But other cars in line there. You see Stan Feingold in the white 86. John Laughlin in that white Honda Civic in Trail. He's up in second place right now, seated for the podium sprint tomorrow.
Really nice looking EK Civic there behind Stan's white 86.
I don't know.
I've seen that car at a few events.
Don't know the number on that car, so can't call it out necessarily. Not familiar with it. Oh, you know what? Is it green?
It's teal?
It's going to be King Tao's car in the 23. He's been pretty quick this weekend.
Really nice looking car.
Yeah, and King this weekend, just keeping my eye on the top 5 battle in Club TR because he is qualified into the podium sprint. I think it ripped the whole toe loop out of the front of the car there, Dana, so that might be a couple minutes.
You know, this has happened here before. Maybe that truck's a little too quick.
He got the hook back to it again. Let's see if there's still anything to hook onto. There's Dan out of the car as well. This is a bummer. We're looping it around something. Oh, it's still there. Okay, we're good. So speaking of top 5 in Club TR, Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni, then Stan Feingold, King Tao in 4th, and then Mike Bryant hanging on to 5th by 0.3 of a second. So Ian Flavin is on the outside looking in the 199. That's the blue BRZ FRS. I don't actually know which version he's got. And that'll be one to watch. So a 32.8 or better for the 199 will put him into the podium sprint tomorrow. Although tomorrow morning, cool temperatures, Dana, probably the best opportunity to go fast. That time, I think we broke the inertia. And Dan Mai should be headed back to pit lane.
I look at these times in Club TR, and that's what I'm most familiar with. I ran Club TR for 3 years, and I finally accomplished my goal of winning the championship of it in 2023 before moving to GLTC. But the last time I ran at Autobahn was 2022 Club TR, and I won that event with a 32.7. And now there are so many times in front of a 32.7. I wouldn't even be in the top 5.
Wow, that's impressive over time here. Here's a great look at some of the shipping yards around this facility. Again, this is a major hub for freight shipment around the entire Midwest region and the whole U.S. And Union Pacific and the BNSF both have major facilities nearby, and hundreds of containers offloaded on every single one of those trains you see there before they ship them across the country and deliver iPhones and Uggs and whatever else is in season here as we get closer to the holidays, Dana. That will definitely get busier. And if you've ever driven around here a lot, basically 90% of the traffic is trucks.
Yes.
So I'm a train guy, and I'll tell you, I'm very grateful for trains when you see them over there and they're not on the roads. It's pretty awesome when there's 300 trucks worth of cargo not in your way.
I'm happy to see all the trucks because it's job security for me.
Working in the shipping world. And again, there's a look at the NOS tents over there. If you're here on site, feel free to grab yourself a nice cold NOS Energy. A couple different flavors available for you to try. And I'm a big fan of the Zero myself, but they've got GT Grape, which just so happens to be purple, which is also the color of our GridLife GT racing category. And that was not done on purpose, but I feel really proud that I got to decide what color it was, and that somehow landed right up my alley. So I will take credit for that. Yeah. And it's not exactly the same hex code, but maybe I should make it that.
You could.
It's probably trademarked.
Should you change your your GT purple or change the NOS purple?
I think. Do we think we have the pull to change the NOS purple? Probably not.
Not with that attitude.
Oh, it looks like they've had more issues now with this sport car. Dan Mai just struggling to get this car pulled back, and this has put us in a pretty major delay now. We'll take a break away here for 2 minutes time. We'll be right back with more GridLife track battle coverage here from Joliet, Illinois.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
live from GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, Autobahn Country Club here as we are working a track cleanup now. 40 minutes into this session, we've still got 2 groups to go. Dana Basinski alongside myself, Kyle Heyer, and Dana still working on getting Dan Mai pulled over from turn 8, 9, 10 area. That car has been reluctant to get back. You have to like scruff it like a cat to bring it back to the paddock after the issues he's had in this session. So we have 2 more groups to go. Then it's GRIDLIFE GT Race 2, and then a little more drift for those fans here at the racetrack. But GRIDLIFE GT Race 2 will be the end of our show for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. for plenty more, Dana. So that Club TR fight, that's what I'm licking my lips for here in a moment.
I'm very interested to watch this Club TR fight play out. I gotta say, Stan's buddy, Chong, has commented on the YouTube chat mentioning Stan has only done 3 events. So this will be his 4th event for points. If he does well here, it's going to look a lot better for Stan on the season points outlook.
Yeah, so you mentioned the season points, and this has been a hot topic coming into this event because it's very, very close at the top of the order right now. So coming into this event, Peter Granberg with the number 511 car has 85 points. Now he has won the most recent 2 events, Road America and Lime Rock Park, with not only the win but a track record. So Peter now has 2 event wins, and a 3rd, a 6th, and a 5th, and he's leading the standings. Evan McLaren, who's not here this weekend, has a 2nd, an 8th, a 1st, and another 2nd. Jeremy Bailey, who's not here this weekend, 1st, 6th, 2nd, 4th, and 3rd. And then Mario Moroni, who's chasing Peter Granberg. He has finished everywhere but 1st inside the top 5. And Stan Feingold, to your point, 19 points, 26 points, 21 points. That's 3rd, 1st, and 2nd. I'm going to just do some numbers here. Put in 26 points. Let's say Stan Feingold pulls it out tomorrow, and let's say that Peter Granberg ends up in 2nd. That puts Stan Feingold in the lead of the championship by 1 point.
Absolutely, and it could very well happen. Stan won here last year, and I don't even think he was the favorite to win last year. I think he just pulled it off, and it happened. And it could certainly well happen again tomorrow. Being podium sprint, anything can happen, as we've seen with Mario, because he has been one of the fastest cars at many of those events that you mentioned and had a curse in the podium sprint, and he just hasn't been able to take the win yet. He's going to try to break that tomorrow.
And hearing about 1 to 2 minutes to resume here. Thanks to Emma upstairs for giving me the updates on that. Be a little bit behind for the start of GRIDLIFE GT Race 2, as we sort of expected, but about to get cars on the racetrack. Big shout out to the fans that are here. I don't think we've ever seen this many at this event, Dana, so really great to see the Armco and the upstairs spectator area lined with people, and some people across the way at turn 3. In the grandstands. So big shout out to everyone for hanging out with us. I know it's a little warm out there. Make sure you put your sunscreen on and stay hydrated, because don't be like me. I'll get sunburned. I'm glad I'm inside, Dana. I would look like a lobster by this point. So
yeah, that'll happen. It is very hot out, but don't worry, it could rain any moment, or hail, or snow.
Yeah, probably.
We don't know.
A little bit of everything today. It has been a challenge for sure to keep up with it all. There's Dan finally on the flatbed, and as soon as they get this car rolling, they'll likely send the rest of the cars for Group B here. So, man, that thing is, it's like trying to get my cat into the carrier, go to the vet. Just doesn't want to get in the box, Dana.
You got to do it from the top.
Yeah, well, I scruff him and I load him in the top. But you have to hold his feet together because he splays out like a ninja, and he won't let you put him in the hole.
I let Emma do that.
Yeah,
she's better.
So yeah, just like a reluctant cat, Dan Mai's E30 going back on the rollback here, and we'll be pulling away. And there goes the truck. And they're going, I think, counter race here, Dana, so it might be another second till we release cars for Group B.
Is Art in this group?
Dvortson, he should be, yeah, in that orange NCMX5.
Did we see him in the pit lane? I'm looking forward to see what he can do.
I'm not sure that I've seen him in this session, but he has been out there this weekend and actually performing really well.
He performed fantastic, better than I think he ever has. I think he was at the time up to 3rd place, and then got his time scrubbed for a illegal wing, which he only had to trim a little bit off of it, and now it's within rules. So if he can just repeat that lap again, he could move up into the podium sprint.
Okay, finally, there it is, green flag, cars rolling now. And Jeremy Lauder is the first to roll, but the cars we're watching are the 4th and 5th cars in line, the white and blue Subaru BRZ, and then the purple and blue car. That's Mario Moroni in trail. Less than 1/10 of a second separates these two cars of their best times of the weekend. That will just seed them for podium sprint tomorrow at first and second, Dana. But as we've talked about, I think it comes down to the conditions right now are similar to what we'll see tomorrow morning, where it'll just be a head-to-head. All their lap times at that point will get wiped, and it's just whoever comes out on top. So I'm interested not only in the lap times for the seeding, but who is in front of the other at the end of the session.
I want to watch these two here, Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni. Peter has actually had a strategy he's used that has perplexed me the entire year, and most events he will go out in his grid order, he will do his warm-up lap, maybe get the tires just a little bit warmed up, and he'll pull in. And he sits in the pit lane and goes out behind all of the cars in order to get as many clean laps as possible with zero risk of traffic or minimal risk of traffic. I really wonder if he's going to do that again. Or he could stay out and play mind games with Mario. In fact, Mario could actually be right up on him. There's a lot of strategy that you could play off in Time Attack.
You know, I love that these guys have some camaraderie, though. I mean, all these categories are generally pretty close friends, and even though at times you're slinging a little bit of mud when you're looking at rules real close, but it's all part of the competition. Every one of these rule books says basically what you can do. But, as Dewey DeWitt says, you can read the rule book once through and know what you can do, and then you have to go read it again and see what it doesn't say, because if it doesn't say that or if it says that you can't do it, you can't do it. But if it doesn't say you can't do it, you can do it. And so that's where you find speed in the classes like this, is the ingenuity to kind of work around the dark spots in the rule book. But Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni, and there is exactly as you said, he's going to pull back in. So let's follow the Civic now on the front straightaway, because Mario Moroni is going to go for speed. There he is, the purple and blue Acuity car. So that'll be fun to see what Granberg's strategy turns into. There's Mario.
Really tight line through turn 2-3 there. Surprising.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This first lap might not be his fastest of the session, but it'll be a good idea for... He's got Aaron Reckadall behind him as well, so he has to keep that in mind. He has a much faster, in a straight line at least, car in trail. The idea here is the grid spot will line you up based on your lap time relative to everyone else. So in theory, you shouldn't have to pass anybody, and no one should have to pass you, but everyone's on slightly different strategies, warming up different kinds of tires and things. And you see here, Reckadall's actually going to go by, so Mario's going to relinquish the spot here and kind of bail out. So we might see these guys go faster later, or he could be throttling up, getting himself some space now, knowing that those cars would have caught him on his fast lap.
Look at that really good heads-up driving by Mario. There's a kink on the back straight. He let two cars by, accelerated past the kink, and then pulled over again to let another car by. So he held nobody up. That's its own skill set, honestly, in Time Attack. To become invisible.
Your goal, if you're trying to facilitate traffic getting around you, is make it as seamless as possible in hopes that they return the favor to you. Again, you're not racing each other. You're not trying to pass. You're just trying to run a nice, clean, fast lap. So you want clear racetrack around you. You don't want to hold anybody else up, and you don't want anyone to hold you up. But Mario now throttling up, and I think gearing up for a fast lap here after a quick little warm-up. Look at this. Into turn 13. He's going to be on the limit.
Yep, he's ready to go now. He's not coming in. He's setting himself up for a fast lap. I'm interested to see what he can do here.
All right, so this time is not going to put him up on the scoring pylon very high. See bottom left of your screen. Ooh, big explosion out the tailpipe for the 103 Subaru. And that is probably an engine on that car. And that hopefully isn't going to lay down fluid on the racetrack. He's going to go for the grass here. But that is a messy one, Dana. And everybody's slipping and sliding around over there and coming to a stop. I would imagine that there is a lot of fluid, or they can't see.
I don't know that there's fluid down. It didn't look like it was putting fluid underneath the car from that really good camera shot we had from turn 12-13 area. But it could have already put fluid down. It's a lot of smoke, though.
Yeah, a ton of smoke over there. And
he's out of the car, so we're going to have a full course yellow, I would imagine.
I think he's over on the pit lane. I don't know that he's still on the racetrack, or is he?
I don't think he's on pit lane.
So got the hood up there. Just trying to look and make sure that there's nothing that can catch on fire. Is he behind the wall?
He's in the crossover road.
And there's the full course yellow that we expected, so... Oh boy.
So Mario's lap will now not be be worth anything.
Yeah, and you see the black flag there as well, so that signifies that all the cars will be required to come to pit lane. I think they might feel like they need to do a quick inspection, see if there's any fluid on course there. It's in a fairly slow area of the racetrack, but if it was on the backstretch going into that braking zone, Dana, you don't want to send cars in there with slippery surface at 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think this is still considered a hot part of the racetrack, so anybody outside of their vehicle, they're not going to be able to continue the hot session. But this brings me back to my point about Peter Granberg's strategy. It's very odd to me because this stuff happens. It's time attack. There's cars pushing it to the absolute limit and a little bit beyond sometimes, like right now. So now Peter Granberg has had zero opportunity for a lap. And if there's any cleanup involved, they might not get a lap.
Yep, so this is going to bring a pause to our session once again. We've just not had very much luck in this afternoon session, have we? Just trouble getting momentum going.
Why did you assume that was an engine? I'm curious.
What, the billowing smoke out the tailpipe didn't do it for you?
Did the logo bring any...
I'm not saying anything about Subarus because the engine under the hood of my car is a Subaru power plant, Dana, so I'm not going to wish that on myself. Oh, that's unfortunate. And he was trying a different wheel and tire package, courtesy of Dewey DeWitt, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here. And a couple of cars are turning off the pit lane, so they might just not bother going back out.
That was that car. Do you think it was any luck from Dewey?
Well, Dewey's had pretty good luck this year, so maybe he dodged one by handing off his bad luck right before he was going to get it.
It's true.
Luck is transferable, I think, in the time attack paddock. And Juliet given the point into the pit lane. Or I wonder if they're just going to scrub this for Group B.
I would imagine if there's any cleanup involved, already being behind from the delay from picking up that E30, I doubt there's track time left. And that's exactly why I don't like the Peter Granberg clean lap strategy.
I mean, to be fair, Mario didn't get a lap time either.
He had the opportunity.
He did have the opportunity for one.
He probably, I'm curious if when we were watching Mario and I noticed that he was keeping it really tight through turn 1, 2, and 3 area, if he just knew he was behind on the lap already, and he's saving the tires for the second lap.
Dewey sent me a message that says, bite your tongue, sir. And he also said, maybe got some of my 2024 luck. Man, if you recall Dewey's 2024 season.
Oh man, nobody wants that luck.
If he didn't have bad luck, he had no luck at all. So, well, taking a look at that Subaru, they're going to analyze and see if there's fluid out the tailpipes of that car. And look at that. That is a smoke screen. That's some James Bond stuff right there.
More drift than more smoke than the drifters.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was wet today. They didn't really put up all that much smoke. And here's the problem for me is it stops putting smoke out the tailpipe, Dana. Generally, when you run out of smoke, you run out of oil, too. So
yeah, there's bigger problems.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the engine bay, and none of it's good. So hopefully that was just more of a smoky mess and not an oily one. But generally, you know, what one of the favorite things Dewey says about Subarus, Dana, is, you know, when you have a problem with a BMW or something, you know, you have to, you know, look at the motor and, you know, diagnose it. And you have to look at the electronics and run the codes, and you're trying to figure out what's wrong with it for hours and days and weeks. Everything just won't quite work, and you're not sure why. When a Subaru has a problem, you open the hood, and your problem will very quickly present itself, generally as a 4 to 5 inch hole in the bottom of the engine. That's easy to spot. So at least you know where your problem is in a Subaru. So unfortunately for the 103 of Mira, that'll be the end of his weekend, I think.
Somehow you've diagnosed this car over the live stream before he's even come to a stop. So there's a stereotype.
Well, you know. Hey, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's a diff.
I expect Dewey to burst into this room any moment now and just smack me.
Dewey's a strong gentleman. I don't really want to get in a fist fight with him, so I'm going to not do that.
I'll be able to hear him coming. That's the best part.
We love Dewey. What a great advocate for time attack and grid life in general. We've had him on the Grid Life Drivers meeting, the very first one we did on our Tuesday night internet show. Dewey's always a great guy to chat with. He's here in the paddock, just won't be on track. Well, maybe he will go on track later in Group A.
He would be an A, yeah.
Yeah, so it's possible.
Is he just, Is he having an issue, or he just sitting out because it's hot out? Or
I don't think he sat out earlier, but he had ball joints to fix.
He's here to win, I know. If there's no advantage to him going out, I don't expect him to be going out.
He might have told me he's not going back out because they're already qualified into the podium sprint by virtue of their time. There's really no point in running again because you're already in that show for tomorrow. So, well, they're going to flat tow that 103. So if it's leaking something, it leaked it all on the racetrack. So there's a silver lining, I suppose.
Okay. It did let out a lot of smoke. It didn't look like it was leaking, but it certainly could have been. I hope it isn't because he was on the racing surface, including the racing line, for quite a bit.
In the chat, Killjoy has this nailed perfectly. Cloud of sadness. Yes. Unfortunate. Well, looks like Juliet's given the wave, so maybe they've evaluated there was not a lot of fluid. We've gotten the green flag, Dana, so Group A going to head out of the racetrack here. And we're going to try to keep this as on time as we can. So Group B is going to get the short end of the stick here, but there's Jeremy Boysen, Chris Smith. Not a lot of our Group A cars going out, though. Maybe they feel like there's not much advantage at this stage in the day.
These are traditionally the pointy end cars who they're built for, more so built for a single lap, and they're here to win. They're not here to get 100 laps this weekend. They're here to do only the laps they need to do to take home that first place trophy or reset a record, or both, preferably.
Brian Van Orsdal in that red GR Supra that was a little up the road. Looked like he had a plywood splitter on the front of that car.
He does.
And I don't think that was there earlier in the weekend.
There was a plywood splitter on a Supra earlier this weekend. It must have been him, and I remember noticing it because I don't think I've ever seen a plywood splitter on a Supra. They're always carbon fiber.
Yep.
I have plywood splitters, but I don't have a Supra. If I had a Supra, I'd be right there next to him with a plywood splitter.
So explain for those that might be unfamiliar with the aero components we're talking about on these cars. Splitter, wing, diffusers. Dana, give me the rundown on what all those parts do.
Well, I'm no aerodynamicist, but the splitter is a device on the front lower edge of the car, parallel to the ground, which creates a low pressure zone under the car. Ida will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. And then the diffuser is a device on the underside of the car in the rear with tunnels that are meant to create an even larger low pressure zone and suck the rear of the car down to the ground, whereas the rear spoiler or rear wing is the device on the trunk lid. As you can see on these two cars here, they're designed to basically an upside down airplane wing. Instead of making lift, it will create downforce and push the car, or I guess it technically also sucks the car to the ground from the underside.
Yeah, I like to say it's all about handling air pressure, right? An airplane wing creates high pressure under the wing, low pressure on top of the wing so that it sucks the plane into the sky. If you flip that same device upside down, it presses the car into the road. And the splitter sort of does the same thing. It helps divide the air up and over the top of the car and underneath the car. And underneath the car, it creates that low pressure, almost a vacuum that will suck the car to the ground. And the diffuser does the same thing by accelerating the air, faster moving air, lower pressure. So all those things, that's very sciencey, Dana, but the drivers in this group are going to be harnessing that more than some of the lower categories.
You see both of all three of those examples on both of these two cars. The OEM variant right from Porsche with millions of dollars of engineering involved versus a more DIY setup with part off-the-shelf rear wing and probably a homemade diffuser and maybe a homemade splitter as well.
So I'm told that this will go for only 6 more minutes, Dana, so you've got to go. GridLife GT is coming up next in just a couple minutes' time. There's Jeremy Boysen in the GT3 RS, the number 62, charging into turn 13 here, tucking in. Classic Porsche flat 6 in the rear of that car.
It's also I hope I say this correctly, but it's also the Wysock package.
I don't know anything about that, Dana. You have to tell me what that is.
It means there's more money and it has more good things.
That's easy enough for me to understand. Lots of good things in Porsche packaging, but watch the lap times there. Ryan Matthews at a 31.2. So he's about a second and change off of his best time of the weekend in that Street GT class, bottom left of the screen with the yellow. Derek Carter, top of the board in Unlimited in the 424. He's done a little quicker. So first lap wasn't faster, Dana, but give him a lap or two and maybe we'll see them pick up a little time.
Yeah, that's always in time attack, tire dependent. There are a lot of tires that are ready to go and they're at their peak. By the end of your out lap, they are ready to go, and that's when they're going to be the fastest, your first flying lap. Then there's other tires that require heat. You need to be on it for, say, 2, 3, maybe 4 laps before you're going to get everything out of that tire. Most time attack cars are going to have the latter, the former, where you are ready to go right off the bat. But it's also driving style dependent. Some drivers aren't ready to go right away.
So Boysen in the white Porsche, Chris Smith in the orange 1 Series BMW. Smith needs a 128 flat or better to pick up on his best time of the weekend. Cal Fortner's out there in street mod. I wonder if we'll see Jamie Santos out at the end like we've seen.
Hopefully he doesn't wait too long.
128 flat again for Chris Smith, but he would have needed, I think, a 128.0. Oh, spin for Boysen off track at turn 1. A little too much power there, Dana.
Fantastic looking spin right there, GT3 RS.
Oh, boy. Just an innocent loop, and he'll get back on course here as soon as the track is clear. There he goes. But for Smith, only a couple hundredths off his best time, so he's right in the conversation for improvement. Unfortunately for Boysen, he'll have to come back down pit lane and self-report that spin. Otherwise, his lap times will stop being counted after an incident. And there's Ryan Matthews, your leader in Street GT at the moment. He still is second to Nicholas Hendricks, who I don't think is on track right now. So Hendricks must feel pretty confident in his time for podium sprint tomorrow, maybe saving his tires, as Andreas Bertulis at the top of the order inches a little closer to his personal best.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a fair amount of drivers who are going to opt to not go out in this session, maybe save the car. If they do not have another set of tires in better condition, they're going to save these tires for the podium sprint. Maybe give it one more shot tomorrow morning in the nice cool weather, assuming it's going to be cooler in the morning, to see if they can maybe reset a record or just to confirm their position in the podium sprint. And then they're going to save it for those 3 laps in the podium sprint for the weekend result.
Cal Fortner to a 1:35.47, about a 1.2 seconds off. So they're closing in. There's Matthews in that C6 Corvette. He typically runs 2 cars, one in Street Mod and one in Street GT. But he didn't bring the Street Mod car this weekend, or isn't choosing to run it if it's in the trailer. And Matthews is going to head straight to pit lane, so it didn't feel like that was going to be a pickup. And we'll call it quits here. Back to Boysen. I don't know if he was on pit lane, Dana. Maybe he did.
We might have missed it.
Yeah. He's probably had time to go back down and back out again. Here's Brian Van Oersdahl. There's that plywood splitter we talked about on the front of the car. And of all the different materials to choose, whether it be carbon fiber or Alumilite or any of those other materials to use for that front splitter, plywood seems to be common, Dana, because you can make 10 of them, and they're pretty replaceable, and they're actually fairly strong, too.
Yes, I've made many plywood splitters, and they all take way longer than you want to make them, but you can cut 2 of them out of a 4x8 sheet, and each splitter, that's only cost me $30 or so.
Yeah.
And they're sold locally at Home Depot or Lowe's.
Yeah, some of those fancier carbon splitters might have some ducting and things built into them and some other things you can't necessarily do easily with plywood, but anytime you bounce over a curb or something, you're likely to take that out, scrape it. Sometimes you'll have drivers put rub blocks on the underside, whether I think usually what are they, titanium generally, to keep the splitter from bottoming out on the ground.
Yes.
And Jeremy Salinas, I love the photo that Jeremy's got here with the pupper in hand there.
Using lots of curb there, turn 11.
So Salinas in the number 73, he's running that blue and green Corvette, second in Street Mod. And there's the checker flag, like we expected. Pretty short session here. Van Oersdahl does improve on that lap, though, to a 1:31.173. And for him, that is still not a lap time improvement. So let's have a look here at the results from Track Battle Heat 6. Again, it was a slow going after the opening couple of sessions, but Sam Dooling, a really solid run, gets him even closer to Lennon Radcliffe and Mike Jansen in the lap time competition. Of course, these are times just from this past session. So David Best up to a 43.6. That'll be fun to watch in podium sprint tomorrow. King Tao, quickest of the Club TR cars. Notice that no Peter Gramberg, no Mario Moroni. They did not get a lap, neither did most of Group B because of the issues we had on course. Moving up into street class, though, Aaron Reckedahl was up at the top of the list again. Matthew Morehouse, Mark Buchheit there in the 352. Dave Laps in the Cobalt SS. Up in Street GT, not a lot of takers again in this session. But Matthews to the top of the board, 130.929. Nicholas Hendricks didn't bother going out. And then in Street Mod, Cal Fortner, the quickest there. You see him with the P1 there on the side. And then in Track Mod, I think this will be Chris Smith. No Jackie Ding that time. No need with podium sprint tomorrow.
I think Jackie Ding just pulled back in, so he might have went out late. I also saw Jamie Santos go out and take the checkered flag, so I don't know if that was a late entry.
And there's look your unlimited runners there. Andres Bertulis, Derek Carter, Dallas Reed, your top three. We'll have a look at the highlights here from Track Battle Q6 before we move on to Grid Life GT. This session really struggled to get momentum, but early on in Group D, as cars rolled off the grid, it was the Club SC guys that put on a show. Neruchetti early on, though, in the street class BMW, making good laps in a very clean-looking E46 BMW.
7-3 is always a common in-time attack. Here we have the Corvette Street GT common entry, C6 Corvette.
Yeah, and then once we got to Group C, Daniel Moore in the 128. Pushing in the EF Honda Civic, trying to improve on his best lap. Group B, though, we were gearing up for the battle between Maroney and Peter Granberg, but this stopped us from doing that. Big plosive out the tailpipes of the GC Subaru, and that threw the black flag that put us in a bit of a delay. But on the resumption of that, Group A, Jeremy Boysen was out there leading the way early on, but checkered flag here kind of truncated Group B and Group A here in Grid Life Track Battle Time Attack. Grid Life GT Race 2 up next. Race number 2 headed out on the racetrack right now, and we're getting geared up and ready to go. Gridded by finishing order from race number 1. Dana, rain race earlier today, and Valdas Gorilius went and just drove away from the field in the wet weather conditions, but the track is dry now. This is going to shake up the order a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting because we have qualifying results which are quite different from the starting order of race number 2 here due to the rain that shook everything up. So Eric Magnussen starting in 4th position is the fastest car in qualifying by over a second. So he's going to have to figure out how to get around everybody here. That might not be as easy as you think.
Let's have a look at the grid here for our Grid Life GT race number 2. Valdas Gorilius on the front row in the number 244, right alongside Eric Pilipchik. Then Anthony Pacelli in row number 2 alongside Eric Magnussen in the 330. Alex Moss starts in 5th alongside Hans Horpedal in the number 77. Colin King starts in 7th place in the number 21. Matt Cater in 8th place in the 109 Subaru. Jordan Wisely 9th. Chris DeLucia in 10th in the number 40. And then down in 11th place, it's Alex Peitz and David Calzada in the K-Power Series Turbocharged 174. And then Adam Ulrich in the number 4 Corvette up at the rear of the field. So this race, we're going to have insights provided by Firelapse, the official data provider of Grid Life GT. And Dana, it's been fun to watch all weekend long because most of these cars are carrying the Firelapse Fire Link, which provides us live data here on the broadcast. We'll look at that throughout the race, but it also lets drivers head straight back to their paddock and analyze their data after the race. There's an AI coach that will help them find time. And when speaking with Eric Magnussen yesterday after practice, it was telling him to back up his braking zones, brake a little sooner to carry more speed at corner exit. He did just that. Ended up on pole, although he was the first driver to all the puddles in a track that he has very little experience at, and fell down the order just a little ways to 4th place to Anthony Pacelli, who drove past him on the last lap in that number 78 Ginetta G56. So 15 minutes on the board here, Dana. What's the expectation? Who do you think's got the best car for this one?
I'm looking to see Magnussen move his way up through the field, but also David Calzada, who qualified in 4th, he starts almost all the way at the back of the field because just didn't have the confidence in the wet weather, or maybe just the wrong tire selection in general. But he's got a lot of pace on the cars in front of him.
All right, well, GridLife GT race number 2 about to fire off. About 8.9 pounds per horsepower. GridLife's new wheel-to-wheel championship with the biggest field we've seen so far, gathering momentum and interest and excitement every round so far this year. Pace car is off. Valdes Aurelius on the front row. Green flag, and we're underway. Look at Eric Magnussen going 3 wide up the outside. He wants the lead back, and we're 3 abreast into turn 1-3 for second place. 2 on the inside. Pacelli to the inside of Pilipchik, and Magnussen to the lead from 4th place on the start.
That did not take long, from 4th to 1st in 1 turn.
And for 3rd place, look at Pacelli in the Ginetta. That was well done. Pilipchik struggling here on the opening stages of the race. Alex Moss to the outside into turn 4. But it's Aurelius and then Magnussen being chased into turn 5.
Aurelius knows exactly what he needs to do. I don't think he expects to be able to get back around Magnussen, but he's going to try to hang on, maybe even learn something from Magnussen's lines and try to run away and stay in front of that Ginetta.
And correction, it'll be Clark Camburn in the 78 car. That has been adjusted from the grid, so he's running the secondary transponder, sharing the car duties with Anthony Pacelli. So Camburn behind the wheel now of that Ginetta, and he had a little bit more pace than Pacelli. We haven't seen him in the car since practice, so this will be fun. He's already hounding Aurelius through turn 9 and 10, and here is Alex Moss of the 150 S2000.
Well, that will be interesting then to see if Camburn isn't the one who qualified. This might bring a race to Magnussen. He's just got to figure out how to get around Aurelius quickly.
Yeah, again, these two were splitting the sequence of the car. I think they're going to do 1 and 3. Look at this lunge on the brakes from Camburn, who's got a little bit more experience in this Ginetta, putting pressure on that BMW M2 CS Racing ahead of him here. And Clark providing this onboard camera for us to watch him inside the car. And again, look at how just the difference in height of that Ginetta versus the two BMWs.
That in-car camera is so cool. You could see him playing a little bit of mind games too. He knew he wasn't going to be able to pass him in that corner, but he put the car there, made himself known in the mirrors, and forced Aurelius to leave a lane open just in case he actually does stick the car there.
Yeah, while Magnussen starts to drive away, Camburn keeping the pressure on the 244 ahead of him. In the wet, that BMW M2 CS Racing was the way to go. Here's a look at your maximum minimum speeds on that first lap, and Aurelius 121 miles an hour. Colin King second quick, Magnussen third quick, but he was efficient in the corners and was able to sneak ahead on the opening lap there, courtesy of the fire links these cars are carrying. Thanks to that data, really neat to see it in real time there as Magnussen pulls ahead.
Min speed, Magnussen 5 mile an hour advantage almost. That's impressive.
And I think that's due. He's got nice big wide tires on this car. That helps. You see the distance he's putting on the field now. And where did the 244 Aurelius go? He's lost a spot now to Camburn. So Camburn up to second place in the Camburn Performance Engineering Ginetta. Again, right-hand drive car here. Such an interesting build. Again, started life as a Ginetta Cup car, I believe, and he's since added ABS to it, which is, I believe, a Bosch system in this car.
That's impressive. I'm really interested to see if Camburn is able to have any pace here on Magnussen. We really don't know because he didn't qualify.
No, the only reference point we have is in practice, where I think he was up in the top 3 easily. So he might have actually paced first practice, if I recall correctly.
We'll take a look. I see Alex Moss also made his way up into 4th. That's cool to see.
So across the line there's Camburn into second. 3.6 seconds is the differential. There's Clark, owner and operator of Apex Broadcast, who, if you're familiar with GT World Challenge or Ferrari Challenge, he's behind all those shows there. I think they've got a show out in WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. But Clark, really good guy. I've worked with for a very long time. Cool to see him in the paddock with this team and with this car that typically runs endurance racing. So sprint racing format's a little bit different for him. But now in pursuit of that gold BMW out front.
I'll have to watch the time delta and see if it's making up on Magnussen on any of these laps here.
He told me he's got a 28 in it in good conditions, and if you look at Magnussen's best lap, that's a 29.7. So again, assuming that he can kind of match his pace from practice where he was in the 28s, you know, and now he's got the tires up to temperature, we could watch this gap come back down. And though he doesn't have a fire link on board his car, I think it'll be fun to watch Eric Magnussen try to run away, and we'll see that represented on the data. Get a good look at G-forces next time around, because we've got longitudinal braking forces and lateral cornering forces on the fire links that we can look at and see who's making the most pace.
He can still see Magnussen too. That's an advantage. It's almost like a rabbit to chase. You know, you might be able to pick off just a little bit more speed each lap if you're just trying to actually chase somebody down and not run from somebody you can't even see.
Yeah, so Camber just improved a little bit there. 3.9 seconds, kind of matched Magnussen, close to it that time around. Aurelius 9 seconds back. And you'll note the Eibach GLTC banner. That's what the class that this car typically runs in. Here's turn 4 min speeds last time around. Eric Magnussen, 85 miles an hour, quickest of anybody. Horpedal finally getting that Corvette to turn. It was struggling for him at Lime Rock Park. And Aurelius down a little bit. Maybe not running as high of a downforce trim as some of these other cars. Maybe that's why he's hurting this weekend outside of the rain race.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I don't know what's done to most of these cars. Other than you know, being built as a factory race car from BMW, I don't know what other changes he's made.
Some flames out the right side of the 330 of Eric Magnussen.
That car sounds so good too.
It does. LS engine under the hood here, and Magnussen and Camber both told me their cars were running slightly overweight compared to what's allowed for the rules. So we'll see if that will affect either of these cars here towards the end of the show. Magnussen, again, just getting up to grips with this racetrack. That was really the primary reason why he wanted to run GridLife GT this weekend, was he'd never been here before. Didn't want to end up mid-pack in the GLTC series and would rather try something a little different and run up towards the front.
It's always fun to win a race. Someday I'm going to do that.
And Magnussen again across the stripe there, lap 5. Camber gained a 10th that time through.
And this is it's not close enough to where he's going to catch him in the course of a sprint race, but it does put the pressure on Magnussen to be perfect.
And there's the differential, 3.8 seconds at the stripe. And while we watch this battle for 4th place, have a look at the braking force here. Colin King, 1.4 G on the brakes. Look where Aurelius is, 1.2. And we'll watch him close in the braking zone here at turn 4. Love the insights from Fire Laps, giving us reference point. And watch this into turn 5 as well. Colin King a little bit deeper to the inside, trying to make that pass, couldn't make it stick. Wiggle, wobble, and bobbled, and we'll have to give it up for now.
I think that bump maybe caught him off guard as he tried to stick it on the inside of Aurelius there, and it couldn't quite hold it, so now Aurelius has another few chances to run away.
And again, they're actually right ahead of Hans Horpedal and Chris DeLucia as well. There's Hans in the silver C5 Corvette, DeLucia in the BMW right in trail. So 4 cars battling for 3rd.
So if you're DeLucia right now and you think that you're both catching him, you don't really want to make a move. You want to be able to make this multiple moves in one, because you're about to watch this battle in front of you. If they go side by side through these corners, you're catching him in 2 corners.
Drag racing into turn number 11. Aurelius going to hang on. Colin King had to run the long way around.
And now Horpedal and DeLucia have entered the chat.
Now, I'm curious also, now with those guys side by side, we will be able to look at the FireLink data at who was quicker than the other, even if it was, or if it was exactly matched. King up the inside there of Aurelius, going to try to complete this pass.
He should get it done there now.
And he does.
Hans Horpedal tries to also take advantage of a go around the outside. DeLucia crossover.
3 wide. This is dicey. And down into turn 4. Oh boy, that's tough math. And did they come out the other side of that? They did. Hans Horpedal picks up the spot. There's a look at your min-max speeds. King and Aurelius, less than a mile an hour different, but advantage King in that 21 when they were side by side like that.
I'm sure King checked his mirror right there. He saw 3 wide going into the turn 4, and he just smiled. He knew he was going to be able to have a good gap there after that one. There's no way that we're going to make it through there quickly. Meanwhile, Camber picked up over a second in the last lap alone. So if that pace continues, we might have a race for the lead here soon.
Yeah, he did. He still hasn't run a faster lap than Magnussen, at least a better best lap.
Being a car that's more built for endurance racing, I wonder if it's just not going to fall off as hard as maybe the M3 of Magnussen might fall off.
I think that was the point, is that M3 really would struggle the longer it goes in this trim. But Camber will watch the gap this time across. 1.6 seconds. Camber is closing for the lead here. 5 minutes to go, and we're going to have a battle on our hands with the gold BMW out front and then the Jetta in trail. But this is the battle for 5th place now. Horpedal, DeLucia, and GRIDLIFE actually make that fourth. GRIDLIFE's drop. Here's your differential for the lead, Dana. Battles on. What do you do if you're cambered in this Ginetta G56?
Head down, 0 mistakes. Don't make any mistakes that Magnuson might make in front of you. You can't follow the line. You just have to drive your own race until you're within striking distance, and then you have to make him get offline somehow, mess him up.
Love this onboard look. He's dialed in right now, chasing Eric Magnuson in the 330 BMW up towards turns 8, 9, and 10. And this Ginetta, much lower slung, lighter weight than the BMW ahead of him.
It appears to be making up a lot of time in the brake zones. I think we could look at fire lap on braking force, right?
We certainly can. I think we got cornering force queued up for this one, but maybe it'll be braking that we'll have a look at this. Well, the camera doesn't have a fire link in it, so we won't be able to see his data specifically. But down into turn 11.
Just watch them as I go into 11. It does appear that he's making up a lot of time. We'll see what the gap is as they cross the line, but he's certainly closing the gap on Magnuson here with only 3 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock.
This is going to be fun between these two. Across the stripe here. Headlights flashing. Cameron's trying everything under a second. Between the front two, and Magnuson struggling a little bit as Cameron reels him in the Cameron Performance Engineering Ginetta. Two extremely different cars. The successful formula from Heibach GLTC turned up a notch. Headlights still flashing on this Ginetta.
This might be the first GLGT race we've had where people are flashing hot lights at each other trying to get them to make a mistake.
I love it. We haven't really seen that strategy employed a whole lot in wheel-to-wheel and GRIDLIFE. Have a look at the cornering force here. Magnuson still topping the charts. 1.4G into left-hander turn 5. And really impressive drive by Magnuson to get out in front so early. Big gain there leaving the corner. And braking force, though, Colin King out-braking Eric Magnuson. And here's Clark Cameron again on the onboard, reeling in that 330. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That should be 2 laps left if all is going to plan here in timing and scoring.
Watch him set up the turn right here, get a better exit than Magnuson onto the straight.
Magnuson just kicked his lights on as well, maybe getting ready to flash his own. I love that. Ooh, he's getting outgunned on the straights quite a bit there by the looks of it, but down in the braking zones and the corners, that Ginetta's just locked in.
He might not have the pace advantage at the end of the straightaway, but he certainly does in the brake zones.
Through turn 13, Magnuson a little off the apex there. White flag is in hand, so they're only going to get one more lap. And Clark Cameron is right on the heels of Eric Magnuson for the top step. 1 lap to go here from Autobahn Country Club.
Man, Magnuson has probably kicked it up a notch. He is really not close enough. Cameron is not close enough to do anything with it quite yet. He needs to be just a little bit closer to look for any opportunity somewhere to put his car.
Coming around to turn 4. I think Cameron is going to have to get creative with it. He was a 10th quicker last time around. Both these drivers new to this series this weekend and putting on a show at the front of the field. Both of these will be first-time winners in GRIDLIFE GT if they were to get the job done. 5 car lengths, and watch that BMW grow the gap here, and then it's going to all close up in the brakes as soon as Cameron, look at that gap for the BMW here.
This Ginetta is fantastic on the brakes. You'll be able to watch it on the in-car. Look at him close up, probably 5 car lengths sliding through the corner.
Oh, so close.
Have to set this up just perfect. I think the BMW has a little more legs. Oh, Cameron goes a little wide. Maybe tries to stick a nose in. Doesn't do it. Really good exit from Magnuson.
Yeah, that was, I think, enough in defense. And maybe with a couple more laps, I think Clark Cameron would have had something for him. Looks like he's that car's struggling more than I'd expect on the straights. But look at the gain. He's chucking it down there. But it's not going to be enough. Eric Magnuson, after sitting on pole in the first race and struggling in the wet, will swing through turn 13. Yes, it's a new trim and a new series, but Eric Magnuson is a winner in GRIDLIFE and a winner in GRIDLIFE GT for the first time. Wins race 2 of GLGT here at Autobahn Country Club. Clark Cameron a second behind, and he just needed more time, Dana, to get the job done there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Magnuson has the advantage of fastest lap of the race also, so he'll start on pole again. He won't have to worry about passing 4 cars into turn 1 this time. But Cameron will, I would have to assume, start in second, but we'll have to look at the lap times.
Hey, both giving each other thumbs up there. I think that was a fun chase. That was a blast.
They could actually give each other a fist bump, you know, when they're on the right sides.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And a long ways back, Colin King lands on the podium, 3rd place in the 21 Viking car. Hans Horpedal 4th, Chris DeLucia 5th. And the 244 GRIDLIFE 6th place in the 244. Wow, that was awesome. Jordan Wisely should come home in 8th behind Adam Ulrich. And I just see that car cross the line right ahead of Eric Pilipczyk and David Calzada in the 174. We'll have a look at our race results here for GridLife GT. Race number 2, Eric Magnuson with the P1 thumbs up celebratory picture there on the right. Clark Camburn in his first ever race. Second place by just 1 second. Was even closer than that at times. Colin King, Hans Horpedal, Chris DeLucia. Third, fourth, and fifth. Valdis Gorilius, then Adam Ulrich, Wisely, Pilipczyk, and Calzada. And looking down the rest of the order, Matt Cater, Alex Peitz, and Alex Moss ended up with a DNF there. Dana didn't see him peel off, but must have been dealing with a problem.
Yeah, they've been having trouble with the car overheating, I think.
Well, with that, let's take a look at the highlights from GridLife GT Race 2, and there was plenty, not even just for the lead, but for about 4th place. It was a pretty fun scrap back there. And with the sun getting lower in the sky, of course, there's a couple cars getting set to go drifting. But if you're here at the racetrack, that's what you'll see next. Of course, after the highlights, we're going to wrap up the show here for the day, and we'll have much more tomorrow. And though we've had a fun day today with the weather and things, keeping it complicated for us here, it's about time to wrap the show for Saturday, day 2 here at GridLife Chicagoland. Tomorrow morning, Track Battle Heat 7 kicks things off at 8:30. We'll see you then. Enjoy some highlights from the day here Saturday at GridLife Chicagoland, round 7 to 9 in 2025. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks so much for being here. We'll see you soon.